Yo, chat! Oy. Let's see if there's anything from yesterday's stream that I forgot to change or fix, and then today's stream is gonna be all wonky. We'll see. We'll see.
Ori.
Hi, what's up, Forager? How's it going?
Hi, Ori.
Oops,
Hi,
I need to turn
Streamer.
it off. Hello,
Why is
how's
crowd
it going?
control still on?
Because I forgot to turn it off. Lamau, goodbye. Shouldn't be on anymore. Yo, Volt with the first. Let's go. What's up, Mage? What's up, Moonch? What's up, Meds? How's it going?
Finally.
Finally. What's the finally? Oh, you got first? Let's go. For the trolls, Lamau. Oops for the trolls. First time I got first. Let's fucking go, dude.
You have hot sauce?
Yes, I do. Yo, what's up, 69? How's it going? Oh, 699. My bad. I think I said that wrong. Whoopsies. These should be plugged in. They should be fine. Welcome in. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you. Good to see you again. Let's go. Lots to do today, chat. Lots on the mind today. Oh my goodness. Holy
XP.
heck.
What all is on the docket for the AG today?
We only have species and features right now, I think. I think that's the realistically only non-lore thing that we have left. And I mean, after that, it's basically like... I guess it's kind of figuring out what else is going to be in that, and then potentially trying to do the graphic design for the different types of pages so that we know what it's like. And then there would also be features and, oh goodness, what's it called? Oh, setting up the core items, the core spells, the core creatures, the bestiary, and everything like that. From the AG, or that will be shown in the AG and stuff like that. How much money would I have to spend for another 24 hours to be added? 24 hours is expensive, dog. 24 hours is expensive. $360 is 24 hours. Yo, what's up, Moonch? I hope the nap went well. Welcome to Headache 2. No. I hope the headache's feeling better at least. So I think today is going to be a lot about species and a lot about features. And when I say features, I mean like crafting features, structure features, vehicle features, items, spells, stuff like that. Just kind of the little additions in those places. I've told people this a couple of times, but if you ever have something in Utopia that was like, yo, I really wish this was here, please say it. Please say it. Now, today is the day
Crashes
to say
in
it.
through the ceiling with a bunch of star-shaped pillows. Asterisk. Hi, Ori.
Yo,
Hi, hello. Hi,
how's it
how are you?
going, Dino?
Yay,
How's
AG
it going,
time. Yay,
Dino?
hi.
What's up? How are you doing? I think that, dude, today's gonna be a
Hi,
little bit
Dino.
of rambling, I think. I think there's gonna be a little bit of rambling today.
I've started a spellbook document that details all the various spells I've been coming up with.
I love this.
Even got a way to differentiate spells by their tier.
That's delicious. Unfortunately,
TTS
TTS
Ori,
does not
there's
work.
a Minecraft mod called OriTech.
That one was,
Should check
yeah,
it out.
I heard about that.
Lock on pig.
I saw that yesterday. TTS command does not work. That was by chance. So congratulations.
Hi Forager, hi Fish.
Hi Forager, hi Fish. Let me reconnect that and then blap. There we go. That should work now. Made a glue spell and I can now glue people. This is delicious. I love glue. If you want, just rip it wholesale. Just divide the stamina cost of the whole spell by 10, rounding down. That's its tier. Interesting. In 15 levels, I can make it permanent. Ooh, permanent glue. Let's go. Did you see the weapons I put into Twitch chat? I added a new one. It's a 4-limbed
Ori ignored
longbow
my
that
message.
transforms into a
SMH.
double-tiered crossbow with a flick of a lever.
So you
That's
going for
wild.
the Planescape Torment, where it's very diverse population but a very large setting.
Thoughts on Shipwrecker being so cheap with advent to vehicles, meaning it's really fucking cheap to make anti-tank rifles or anti-tank broadswords? That is true.
Probably 24 though BC
That
of
is
how
true.
I want my character to branch.
Honestly, I did not think much about that, but you are right. I didn't even consider that. I know it's 5 on slow weapons. Does it cost more on moderate and fast weapons? I mean, the best thing we could do is give them, you know, give them a similar bout, right? Where they can have protection from that. That's usually the way to go without retconning.
The tier system isn't the most useful, since you can easily modify any spell's cost by editing the quantity of specific features, but it's a nice baseline.
No, that makes sense. I think that makes a lot of sense, frankly. Where is Shipwrecker? God, who wrote this? Shipwrecker is... Okay, 10 RP on a fast
Baseline
weapon.
D's nuts.
8 RP on a moderate weapon, and 5 on a slow weapon. Okay, yeah, no, Shipwrecker's gonna hurt.
Shipwrecker is 10/8/5 on fast/moderate/slow.
Yep, that's the one. There was a little bit of
That's
conversation about...
Mordecai, fuck.
Zephyr, are you at
Got
work?
me.
Zephyr, are you at work? Are you gonna tell me that you're at work? If so, I'm so sorry. So you're going for the Planescape tournament where it's a very diverse population but a very large setting? Wait, is that talking to
Why
me
don't
or
we add
talking to
custom
somebody
traits
else?
for weapons like blueprints like this is the cost for your blade, your hull, and so on and so forth, so you can make aspects of crafting magical?
Huh? I don't think I fully understood that one. Give me just a second. Like, this is the cost of your blade? Because the whole crafting system's already been designed. It's already in the book and published. So
Our two options are adding a resistance feature to vehicles or having vehicles get crazy big HP pools.
They likely will get big HP pools. So there was actually... you're donating blood right now. Yo, well, I hope that goes well. Thank you very much. Very noble. Someone mentioned to me about a pip system, which I'm actually very interested in. Basically, when you get into structures and vehicles and stuff that is going to have, you know, thousands of HP potentially, then instead of dealing in 1 HP increments, it deals in pips, which basically means that you fail to deal damage to it until you deal
Seeing
10
the click
or
to unmute
maybe
button makes me
100
feel
damage.
like I have so much power, like haha mortal, you speak only when I deem you worthy of it.
Grunkle, I fucking love that. Thank you so much. What's up, buddy? Basically, you have to deal 100 damage, to remove a pip from it. And instead of saying, you know, it has 500 HP, you say it has 5 pips. And if you deal, like, 95 damage to it, it doesn't hurt the structure. You have to deal a pip at a time. It's kind of questionable how that would work because, you know, you're kind of making fast weapons just bad against structures, which frankly makes sense in my opinion, but I digress. Doing a power red? Yo, see you when you get back. How much will the DLC cost? Are you talking about the Adventurer's Guide, the next book to Utopia? The next book will probably be in the same price range as Utopia. So just about the same exact price. Utopia is currently $49.95 MSRP. Yo, thanks so much for the 200 biddies. I appreciate the heck out of you.
For just sheer 200 bits. Yes.
Holy,
I
you're
don't
in
know,
the
I
middle of
kinda
it
like
right
doing
now.
the
That's
arithmetic,
crazy.
honestly.
Like doing the arithmetic? Understandable. Have a nice day. I think that there has to be, like, kind of a baseline. Like, I think that both options should be valid, hypothetically, but I think that a pip system kind of makes a lot of sense for structures. You know what I mean? Cataclysm, what's up? Welcome in. I don't know how often this has been asked,
And also
but
I want to stab
do you know,
the tank with my dagger. Sad face.
do you know how long until basically Utopia will retail? Available for people who missed the Kickstarter. Yes, it should be within about a week and some change, is when it'll be available. Today, the last set of shipments went out to post. The last set of shipments just went to post, which means that they're going out right now. The final Kickstarters that I have addresses for. I don't have an address for every Kickstarter, which means there were a few that were left behind that will slowly have to trickle through over time. But the main bulk of all the Kickstarters have gone out. So that's kind of the end of my 12-hour shipping days, I guess. And I have a little bit of ramble on that, chat. I have a little bit of like ranting, some venting to do, I guess, on that front. But hopefully in about a week and some change, they will be available to purchase online. So if you go into mirrormyth.com right now, if you were to go into mirrormyth.com, you can see the actual listing for them. They are not purchasable yet. They are reviewable, but not purchasable. And that will go live. There will be a YouTube video attached to it. So There's an undercooked idea for negative RP feature, either trait, subtrait threshold, or talent requirements for item usage for being able to use some features. That's actually not a bad idea. That's actually a super not bad idea. No wonder you look so happy. I've actually got a lot more on the mind than that. I don't know if I'm in the... I'm excited but perplexed at the same time, chat. Excited but perplexed. I think that minimum requirements make sense. I do think that minimum requirements actually make sense. Oh boy! Wait. See, the hard part about a minimum requirement is that if it's a negative, what's up, Vampiric? If it's a negative RP feature, right? Then why would you not just craft every item with a negative RP for whatever your requirement is, right? Like, you just do your stats as a minimum requirement, and it's a free RP boon on every item you craft ever. If we were talking the vehicles, then what if there was a light variety for motorcycles? I think that would make a lot of sense. There was a minute-long ad, and I saw the question, but then a weekish, right? Yeah, about a week and some change,
that's why I think it should be a GM-only option so they can make lower quality, more interesting items.
What's up, Zealduro? How's it going? Welcome back, welcome back. I'm glad to see you. Yes, about a week and some change. There will be a YouTube video. When the YouTube video goes out, it should be the same day. The next YouTube video on the Orion channel should be the same, around the same time that the actual products go live for consumption. It is if you go on the Mirror Myth website, you can actually see the listings for it. There's no purchase option right now, but that is where that'll be. Creating characters in Daggerfall. This is not Daggerheart. This is different. What is Daggerfall? No, 100%. My ass making a text file while you speak for parsing purposes, Lamau. I think making it stackable would be a good idea, since that way it would really mess with your ability to make overpowered items. I think that it would have to work in, like, quantities of 10. So you can't be like, oh, well, I have 7 strength, so I'm just gonna make it require 7 strength for, you know, 14 RP bonus. It's like, no, this deals in 10s. You know what I mean? So that if you have 10 strength, you can get an RP debuff. You know what I mean? You can get a negative RP
X19
for
and
that.
Daggerfall is the subname for the Elder Scrolls 2.
Oh, gotcha. I understand. Thank you very much. I get it now. Sorry, how are you defense gonna work on vehicles? Will they have their own defense stats, or will they just get hella defenses, or both? I don't know. That's something that I have to kind of parse with and figure it out. Okay, yeah, yep, just like what Petroglass said. Increments of 10, 20, 30,
Really, you've never heard
so
of Daggerfall? It's the second installment in the Elder Scrolls franchise, aka Skyrim.
I fell off of Elder Scrolls some time ago. Since Skyrim came out, Skyrim was the last Elder Scrolls game that I played, and I haven't been up to date on it since. I know that Oblivion came out, but I don't know much about it. I don't know how defenses are going to work exactly. That's kind of a question that's hard to answer universally, right? Which is really what the system wants. It wants a universal answer to that question. What's up, Sir Velo? How's it going? Welcome in, and thank you so much for the 3 pennies and a nickel to replace your food stamps. I don't have food stamps, but I could go get some now. Thank you, Rix. I'm just playing with you guys. Hey, stop being cheap.
I fell off Elder Scroll before I ever played it.
Thank you for the dime, immense. I appreciate you. Fell off Elder Scrolls before you even played it? Damn! What's up, Headless? How are you doing? Piper's sitting on my headphone cord. Piper is not moving an inch. Thank you so much for the hydrate. I think there's a couple of hydrates. I don't have water on me right now. There's not my gamer subs on me. Where did that go? Sippy!
LOL.
No item that has an extra effective
Piper just wants your love.
Effective subtraits could be interesting. Yes. Peeps. I think that would be possible. There is a feature in the future for basically having a secondary effect that weapons can have, but you get up into the really, really high tiers when you have access to things like that, because it's not obvious. Before anyone asks, Forager says hi. Is 10 subtrade or 10 modifier is a better way to go? Probably subtrade. I feel like subtrade makes more sense personally.
Pib.
Beep.
Dog.
How you doing, Pep? Well, how you doing? Being a pupper. Yo, what's up, Nebula? Would you happen to any good combat-related cursed amulet? I'm trying to defeat the void, and I think one could help out nicely. Combat-related cursed amulet. You want it also specifically cursed. What's up, Sky?
I have arrived in mobile form for now.
Welcome in. How's it going? Welcome to mobile. How's it going? I appreciate you. What if we separate vehicles in separate parts? You can disassemble these parts and reassemble them in different cars, vehicles, or different buildings. Yoink, took all the nails in your house. Well, there is already kind of a system set up for vehicles and structures. At least a very rudimentary skeleton of a system.
Doggy, want a biscuit?
It's very important to me. Yo, Brand, thank you so much for the 20 biddies. And what's up? How are you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for showing in. I appreciate you a ton, dude. Back to being a theater kid for me. Oh my goodness. Requirement feature, -10 per stack, kind of.
Hey Diamond.
Yeah, no, I can see that.
Would a way to set TD for Magi Tech item contests instead of having the user resolve / will be used? Telekinetic Force already has a TD called Contest of X.
Yep. Instead of having the user resolve. But a way to set TD for Magic Tech items contests instead of having the user resolve / will be used. So I think it could make sense potentially, but it's so hard to do that universally because spells have so many different effects. Good, just got home about to hop the shower. Let's go. That's awesome, man. Remember, people, if MX is below 13, Cursed Amulet offers the best attributes, even more than normal enchantments. We're talking about Utopia, right, Nebula? We're talking about Utopia. Are you talking about an amulet with, like, the maximum number of downsides? There's not a lot of downsides on artifacts as of currently. And that was kind of by design. Because artifacts are just so powerful through versatility. They're so versatile that anything that you try to make a downside could be used as an upside plus an RP bonus. It's kind of one of the reasons that one of the only things that artifacts got was inordinate. Was just more slots. No comment. What? I think putting on individual features better since most of the time it takes more sense than breaking a spell requires you to outdo the actual caster. That's kind of the idea behind it. That was kind of the idea behind it. I get the meaning for it.
I am so excited to be here for a full AG stream.
Let's go, Donut! That's so awesome to hear. Welcome in, welcome in.
Welcome, Donut.
Get me armed on artifacts so I can make a fractal artifact. Oh goodness. Welcome, Donut. I have an idea for a swappable pommel that glues it to make it hot swappable. The amulet of Nuh-uh requires 10 constitution to wield and gives you extra block. That's actually kind of funny. I love that. No, I actually like the minimums. Oh, that's a saw speak that I miss. I'm gonna have to go grab my drink and my gamer subs so that I'm ready for stream today. I'm also gonna ramble a little bit about Utopia shipments before we get into the actual AG. And I'm sorry, chat, you're gonna have to suffer through that with me.
Gosh, I want curses so badly though. On items on people. Yes, please.
Yes, there likely will be.
Minimum is fun.
The hard part about making downsides for artifacts is that they're so insanely versatile. I'm going to use Hexproof as an example. Hexproof was a feature that used to give a negative RP, which basically stated that you can't cast spells. However, it was the freest negative RP you could ever put on an item, and half the time, you can use that if you're trying to make like shackles, for instance, you know what I mean? If you're trying to make something that hurts somebody else, you're trying to get them to equip it, then you get the negative RP bonus for making it so that they can't cast spells, then use positive effects like damage. So you just get a free weapon that is absolutely fucking insane because it nets at 0 RP. You know what I mean? And just crazy shit. Like, I know there's a stack limit, but it wasn't enough. So artifacts are really hard to deal with in that sense, in my opinion. Using more of a Magi Tech artifact feature with the spell feature universal rule. Yeah, I could see that. I could see an update to spell tech. Or at least another spell tech of some type. Won't be around much today. When am I around much these days? Rude, Eco. So have a great stream. I appreciate you, Eco. You should stick around forever. That's what I think. What are we talking about? We're talking about basically negative RP features on artifacts in Utopia. We need our drugs and consumables. Those are absolutely necessary. Oh, absolutely. What gives you a free weapon at net 0 RP? What it used to, when Hexproof was negative. The Hexproof feature on artifacts used to be a negative RP. It's currently a positive RP, but it used to be a negative RP
at the
for
Forager
artifacts.
56
and it
10
says,
sapping 10 harsh on a crude fast weapon.
Yep, exactly. And it used to make it so that you can't cast spells for a negative RP. But what people did is they just made shock collars, right? You'd put them on somebody else forcefully, and they get negative RP because you can't cast spells, and then you put positive RP to deal damage to them. So you're just getting a shit ton of negative effects for a net 0 RP, and then you get extra bonuses on top of that by just adding more RP to it. So negative effects on artifacts are so difficult to deal with. Spelltech used Crafter's intellect modifier at the time crafting, said he used will for perhaps the guy's idea. I think something like that would make sense, or having a chosen one, like basically having the extravagant to elegant, but X to spellcraft, or Spelltech, if that makes sense. It would be possible. It's so niche, I think, is one problem, and it's really hard to scale that, right? Because currently, Spelltech is 2x. What do you make it? 3x? Because that's a 50% increase to cost, which kind of makes sense, to be fair, but that's a lot, dude. Rude. Nice question. Do you get paid from channel point redeems? No. I make no money off of channel point redeems. Channel point redeems are just for fun. Negative RP makes someone a friendship release to get them to put it on willingly. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. That's the thing that people do. Give me just a second. I'm gonna grab my gamer stuff and my water.
At Dear Headless, note to self: do not give Headless the affinity tree. We need to give Headless the affinity tree.
Headless gets affinity tree. Let's go. All right, chat. I'm gonna ramble for a little bit. Okay. So all the Kickstarter copies just shipped out. You know what I mean? So I mean, they all have gone to post and out as of today.
I wonder what to go into as Eldritch Cambion with high memory subtrait and some speed and resolve. Could probably go for warfare weaponless talents after grabbing evocation for imbue. Anyways, I'd need to find a DM for weaponless Eldritch Cambion build to even be relevant.
Would that be coffee? No, this is water. I put water in a mug because I feel like it feels cool. So the Kickstarter copy ship out. And
I'm like, Headless, an early version of Kyle, before it became such a problem to do, would carry around a drink. Once drunk, he could decide whether it was poisoned or not, with a snap, from 40 meters away.
That's so funny. And I was really excited, of course, because, you know, that's the end of phase 1. You know what I mean? There's still a lot to do. Like work is not done yet, but, you know, this is a huge advancement. This is a huge advancement for Utopia and making sure that everybody gets, you know, their fulfillment and kind of finally like brushing off and getting everything done and dusted for the Kickstarter. And then people like someone posted on Kickstarter, like they commented on Kickstarter saying that there was damage to their copy, and that they were like disappointed in like the shipping style
and
stuff like that.
Plushie, I feel like nobody would take that, except for super late game items.
And then somebody also mentioned that theirs had come in damaged. They were super nice about it, and theirs was so much worse. Oh my goodness, they were like super chill about it. They're like, I can still absolutely play this game and I'm still excited to have it. And there's like a crease in the back. You know what I mean? And I'm like, dude, it's like, there's some level of like so disheartening that comes from watching these copies get damaged or having people comment on Kickstarter in a public space saying that they're disappointed in the shipping style. Fuck, dude. And I'm like, I have to figure out a way to do that, right? Because these Kickstarter copies are serialized, right? I can't print more of them. And not to mention, right, like Utopia again costed more than what it made from the Kickstarter. So like every single like reimbursement, like I want to help every single person that gets something damaged, that gets something hurt, you know. If the copy wasn't up to the condition that was expected, then I want to do something about it. But every single cost comes out of pocket, you know what I mean? And I like the business side of things ran out of the money that it was funded for a bit ago. You know what I mean? So all these costs are paid out of pocket. And I it's going to be really hard to afford, you know, paying back I don't know how many copies got damaged, right? Like I can only trust a transit so much. You know what I mean? I have no idea what happens in transit, and you know, people have tracking labels and stuff like that, and I get that, but I don't know how many people are going to say that something got hurt or whatever. And it is just like, it is like so heavy over the head right now. I'm just like, fuck, dude, I need to figure out a way to deal with this. You know what I mean? And then what do I do? You know what I mean? If you get a damaged serialized copy, I mean, I only have so many serialized copies. I can't send more. I can't print more. So if I send another, that's one less that we have. You know what I mean? And I still need to make sure that all the people who need fulfillment still are able to have a copy that is fulfilled. You know what I mean? So I have to have a certain number reserved and set aside specifically for the people who haven't done the address process and I can't do the fulfillment for yet and stuff like that. So it's just a little corner ding that, I mean, it's kind of whatever to me. And it's very subjective, right? In a lot of cases, it's very subjective. But what do you do? Work with mailers for large companies. Large companies absolutely throw packs around like they're unbreakable. I know. And I don't really know what I can do about that. You know what I mean? Like, what can I do about that? I mean, all I have is a post office. You know what I mean? All I can offer is postal. I feel like it's kind of a resource pool, like defensive for harsh. No, that makes sense. I don't know. So that's been kind of the thing that's been like kind of like hanging over my head recently. It's like, it's super exciting, but like now's the tension. You know what I mean? While we're waiting for orders to get fulfilled, while we're waiting for the packages to make their way home, I'm just on the edge of my seat, just waiting, hoping that everything gets home safe. You know what I mean? I don't think there's anything to be done, as bad as that is. I mean, I would love to do something. You know what I mean? I would love to do something. And like, if somebody gets an unusable copy of Utopia, like, I don't really care who did it. They deserve a copy of Utopia that is usable. You know what I mean? Having a crease through the cover is bad, dude. That's bad. That's not okay, man. Corner ding damage, we can talk about it, right? Like, I don't know how much I can do about that. I don't know what I can do about that, because, I mean, like, I literally have, like, if you were to look at the warehouse right now, I have a stack like this tall of books that didn't survive quality check, right? Like, they got hurt coming to me too. And that's all serialized copies, dude. 80 to 100 probably, yeah. 80 to 100 didn't survive the quality check. And it's like, what can I do about that, right? There's only 1,100 copies. I can't make more. And like, that's also copies that I can't send out anymore. So when I say there's 1,100 copies, there's really only 1,000 copies, because only 1,000 copies got through the quality check. You know what I mean? So, the thing with shipping is sometimes you just low roll and your product is damaged. Yeah! I want to help! Can I get a damaged one for free? I wish. I don't know. This is kind of a tricky puzzle. There's very limited resources and not much I can do. You know what I mean? And I want to do something about it. I really want to do something about it, but I don't know what all I can do. I appreciate you. I've had a copy, and like, one thing that really sucks is that if this is going somewhere that's really hot, it's so hard on the book, dude. If it's hot outside and you throw this thing, it ain't gonna do well, dude. It is not gonna do well. 80 to 100 didn't survive quality check? No, dude. And I mean, like, it's of varying degrees, right? You know what I mean? Basically, the way that quality check went is that if there was a visible mark, if I could look at the book like this, from this far away, and I could see a visible mark on it, or I could see a ding in the corner or anything like that, or if the pages were miscut or anything like that, it goes to the side. It goes away. You know what I mean?
It's hot out and you throw the book, spontaneously combusts due to heat asterisk.
Exactly. I don't know. I just need to figure out a solution. I need to figure out something. It is the next stressor for today. It is the next stressor for today. What's up, Ghost Reaper? Welcome in. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you so much for
a book that didn't pass QC?
I have no idea, Chad. I have no idea. There's potential qualms with that, because there's two different types of copy, right? This is a standard copy of Utopia. When Utopia releases and you're able to purchase it on the website, this is the copy you will receive. The copies that we're talking about are the Kickstarter copies, and they're serialized. You know what I mean? All of them are serialized, or they have to be serialized. And they all say Kickstarter exclusive and stuff like that. So whether or not they're ever going to leave the warehouse, I don't know. Also live somewhere where it's currently very hot. Like I said, if somebody gets a book that is basically unusable or is extremely damaged or anything like that, they deserve a new one. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They deserve a new one. Out of the structure. I fully expect to get a Utopia book in the future and put it in the sun and have it turn to silly putty. Yes. I remember there's one time, I don't know how many people have gotten in a car when it's 95 degrees outside that's been sitting out 95 degrees for several hours. But I put one of these in the dash of my car and I let it sit out in the sun like that, dude. And it mostly survived, but you could tell it was getting angry about it, dude. It was getting real angry about it. Ugh. Fair though, I would have bought a Kickstarter copy, but my card failed to work and I was broken. I had all these issues. No, that's fair. I have no idea. I have no idea yet. It's up to question what's gonna happen with the Kickstarter exclusives. You know what I mean? It's kind of in a void space for at least not a lot survive a 95 degree car though. No, 100%. For your covers? For these? That is a lot easier said than done. That is a lot easier said than done, let me say.
I would pay good money for a hecked up KS copy. Call it the Battle Worn Edition.
The Battle Worn Edition.
Haha, yes. Frequently Ori.
Frequently? What's frequent? What did I frequently? I don't know, man. It's the question on the mind for right now. It's the question on the mind. I'm like tense, I'm stressed. I am really hoping that every single one of them gets home safe. That's, or at least as many as possible. You know what I mean? For obviously to make sure that everybody gets what they asked for, what they were promised. But also this company can't bleed much more. You know what I mean? It really can't bleed much more. So we'll see how it goes. I'm gonna make sure that everyone gets squared away first and foremost. Go for it, Sherbs. I appreciate it. Let's get into this adventures guide. So, we got squared away with every single specialist talent based on the disciplines, and all the disciplines are set up. Talking about features, I do want to introduce that feature that someone was just talking about, which is the minimum requirement to gain the use of. 95 degree heat into a car? Oh yeah, no, 100%, I believe you.
So these talents are all locked in as the finalized content now?
Oh, they're not locked in, no. I mean, this is basically our dope sheet, right? This is the current concept for everything, you know what I mean? That's not to say things can't move around or change or whatever. And for anyone who doesn't know, of course, you can access this full editable, not editable, live edit PDF on Patreon. If you do want access to this, it is on Patreon.
This is the alpha copy LMAO.
Yeah, this is the alpha to the alpha. This is the manuscript. Video game developers have it good with the ability to just transmit the data online, no fear of dismelting or being thrown around in transit, huh? I dream about it sometimes.
Well, ILWFT something on the stove, so I'll be back.
Uh-oh. No, yeah, this is going to get balanced
across the galaxy during this.
Alright, bet, Donut. I appreciate it. What's a name for that? Something like complex in a way? Would it be weird to say multiplex? Intricate, I feel like, is used already.
What's this for?
This is for the, upon crafting, choose a trait. Should it be trait or sub-trait? Kind of like the idea of trait more, personally. This is stackable. The minimum score requirement for that trait is increased by 10. Creatures that do not have a score high enough gain no effects from this item. That one. That's the one. Skilled is interesting, actually. Skilled is interesting. Tricky also works. Mastery is a good one. Precarious also works. Just a free RP when crafting, though. Yes, that's what I was saying earlier.
If you make it below your trait value.
Yes, it is free if you make it below your trait value.
That do not meet the requirement. Another way to word.
That's actually good. That's a good way. That's what I was saying earlier, is that you just craft everything with this, right? Now, don't get me wrong, it does take up a stack, but that's one stack for basically free RP. You know what I mean? It does make items very, very power loaded. This is a huge negative RP bonus. It's a good thematic representation. In fact, I think for right now, it might be a better idea to -5 on it instead of -10. A stack per
So
XRP.
it's more stacks for more RP?
That's possible, but then it's like borderline useless. You know what I mean? Like if you did -1 RP and then increase by 1, like the amount of stacks, like basically all that you would ever do is just put as many of this as you can, right? Like you just stack these up as fast as possible. Where it's with 10, then sometimes you might struggle to meet that requirement. You know what I mean? It might be difficult to meet that requirement from time to time. I think that multiples of 10 makes it a little bit harder to abuse. From time to time. What's up, London? How's it going? We're working on the Adventurer's Guide right now. Blap. 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 And then blap. So 10 strength for 1 stack, yeah. Which, to be fair, having a -10 RP because you have a 10 in strength is kind of fair. It also makes things like, can you imagine how far you could go with mage gear using something like this? Where it's like, now you can make like master mage gear, where in order to wear it, you need like a will of 30. You know what I mean? That's 30 extra RP. That's, you know, oh my god, it's 40 RP for like 2 stacks of mages. I mean, to be fair, you can put that on like 8 different armor pieces, but you get the point. For a second, I thought I missed chat chooses. No. That's tomorrow. This is sick for thematics. It is a lot of RP that you're getting out of it, but I think it's pretty fair. I think it's fair for now. It's gonna be hard to balance, but I think it's possible. You're on a day trip? No, that's so understandable. Sword of Infinite Destiny requires 100 strength. That would be so good. I would love that so much, honestly. Is it chat plays MC? I'm fine with that. If MC wins tomorrow, I'm fine with doing a chat plays MC. How expensive is Unavoidable and Stifle? It will be a lot more expensive. I think I'm gonna go with...
I mean, I'd rather just do it Thursday, but just asking.
It could be both if it wins that way.
How ABTMTG?
That's a chat thing. You gotta get chat to agree to it. For something like any game that is not normally on the list, you gotta get chat to agree to it. I think this only needs to be like 10 RP. 10 RP for plating so that you can wear it in your head, chest, hands, or feet. That's fine. Which also means that we could go like this. Let me get the exact wording. Making a stack one set of X feature adds cost analysis because that way there's more stacks. You need the other stacks. Yes. I don't think there's any way that it becomes an X value. It should cost stacks to use it. It's too powerful.
One day Ori will play Pacific Drive again, and I'm living for that time to come.
Okay, there we go. So now you can augment artifacts. It's expensive to do that, but you can. Plan unavoidable should also be mutually
chat
exclusive.
Balatro.
Oh yeah, yes. You're right. Yep, X and stacks difference. The big difference is very much so that it costs a number of stacks. So X's don't only cost one stack, no matter what X is. What is it called when they don't work with each other? What's the exact wording? Not compatible.
Also wait, are there going to be augment slots for the artifact slots then?
No. There's a feature in
Lock on
artifacts
pig.
called plating that allows them to be worn as armor, and then they can augment into that armor slot. No, actually, you know what? Maybe they shouldn't be mutually exclusive. Maybe a bit more costly if that's the case, but I mean, let's go like this. I'm fine with making them cost more, but if you're gonna spend 140 RP on it, yes, it cannot be blocked or dodged. That's 140 RP you just spent on that. $110 RP. Wait, what? Like 1,000 meters range, 5 stacks of assist requires 200 dex, deals 5d4 physical damage, and half that to DHP. Lamau. I heard a lot about. I hear Balatro a lot, chat. 110 for unavoidable or stifle? That's kind of insane. I feel like that's kind of insane. Penetrative is 70. Unavoidable, stifle, penetrative is just an absolution weapon. Essentially,
I have acquired
yes.
food.
Not true absolution, because a true absolution mean that none of your strategies, none of your talents would work on it, nothing would work on it. The point is that once I say you get hit by it, that's it. You're getting hit by it. There's no responses. You cannot interact with it in any way. However, even if you can't block it, you can't dodge it, whatever, you can still run away. And you can also use law features on it, you can still use combat features on it, you can still use wildcard features on it, etc, etc. And it is 200 RP. That was mythical before adding damage. Catch the stealth and snap, doesn't even need the RP for that. Not sure if I asked this before, but have you ever played Disco Elysium before?
Enough?
No, I have not. 70 each fair because that's 210 for all three. I think that's fair. No, I think that's fair. 70 for each. If you wanted a penetrative, unavoidable stifle weapon, it would be 210 RP, which is almost capping mythical. We're almost at the maximum RP something can be at that point. Let me confirm that though, because I think slow weapons might have a better penetrative rate. Oh, penetrative on slow weapons is actually 40. So it's 180 before damage. Again, that's before damage. So, and it's still hitting SHP first, correct. Will Tricky work on ammo? No, it is only on weapons, at least currently. In order to put it on ammo, we would have to put it on artifacts, and we're getting into some finicky territory at that point. But honestly, I'm just gonna do it, and let's see if I regret this later. That's actually like the perfect, in my opinion, that's like the perfect negative effect for an artifact. It doesn't actively hurt somebody, it just makes it harder to use. That's what negative artifact features should look like, is just harder to use. Everything else is essentially positive. Armor does have tricky. You can use tricky for armor, which is actually awesome. So that way you can make like ironclad. You know what I mean?
Armed.
That gives like a ton of defense, but at the same time, you know, the only thing it's not on is consumables, but I think it would be fair to put on consumables, honestly. Blap. Tricky is now a universal feature. You are correct. Armed on artifacts is interesting. I don't know how. That's going to be really delicate to...
Requires a certain number of trait to use. Some number per stack at sky_heights.
Correct, yes. You have to have a minimum trait score to use it.
Can I wear my healing potion as a chest piece?
Yes, absolutely. No. Yes, you can, Crow. Only Crow can. That's going to be put in the rules. It's going to be written in the book. You cannot use this as a chest armor unless you are Battle Crow 520. Good luck, chat. It is stackable, not X. Correct. Let me look at armed and see if... I think armed might make sense on artifacts. However, we are going to have to say that it requires either destructive or psychosis in order to do that. That's not
armed
true.
Is illegal, Ori.
That's actually not true. No. It just has to have an activated feature.
Don't armed.
No, that's actually... Oh my god. Wait, no, that's so real. Huh? What? Why does armed create recursive loops?
Ori armed is an infinite.
Why is it infinite? What makes it infinite? Am I missing something? Armed's not stackable. How could it be infinite if it's not stackable? Because your ammo can have armed, but then your ammo would require ammo to use? You can't physically do that. Can you? I guess you could. What? How does that make it infinite? That just makes it unusable. I'm confused. Then your ammo would require ammo to use. I think I'm missing the infinite here.
Why would ammo have armed?
Yeah, that's... Yes, you can, Ori. No armed. Bad. You can just fire 50 bullets per bullet. I mean, sure, you can do that for negative 10 RP. Consume 50 ammo instead of 1?
Yep, and you can stack that for as much ammo as you have, to do all that ammo damage at once.
No, that's not how that works. Oh, yes it is. I understand. I get it.
So you do extra damage.
I understand. I get it. Okay, I understand what you mean.
Ori.
Okay, chat. I'm gonna explain this for anyone who is as confused as I am. So, when you put ammunition in a weapon, you can put extra damage on the ammo, right? So, like, let's say your ammo does an extra d6 of damage. If your ammo takes ammo, then that means that you get the effects. If the ammo consumes an ammo and then your weapon consumes that, they get both damage effects. Is there a way around that? Hold on a second. Let me read ammo real quick.
Is it a 1.0 Utopia ruling now?
Oh, wait a second. I don't know if this works. No, okay. This is really finicky. And we could just put a not allowed on ammunition clause, but I am gonna say that would not work because you do not, it says specifically, this artifact is considered ammunition. Targets of attacks using this ammunition are considered affected. You are not
just
targeting
make it
somebody.
illegal on ammo.
I will. But I'm just saying that if you were to target somebody with your bow, you are not targeting them with the ammo, which means that they would not get the effect of the second ammo piece. Space rules prevent you from chugging black holes at BBEG. There's space rules. Kind of, not really. No, not a ton. Not in the core guide, at least. Intended, yes, but not yet. Yeah, this artifact's features are triggered upon a successful weapon attack using this artifact as ammunition. That does not... An ammo using ammo is not considered a successful weapon attack.
But not on ammo.
Yo, thank you so much, Smoke, for the follow. I really appreciate you. Make yourself at home. I really appreciate you being here. I need to open the book. I need to stop putting this book down. I really love that the smoke detector is beeping at us. This is really funny. I love this. Welcome in. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think armed is generally minus 20. I don't know if it's going to be minus 20 here. Let's make it minus 15 for right now. This artifact requires and consumes a single piece of a specific type of ammunition. Ammunition must be equipped on the user's back or waist slot in order to be used this way. Compatible with ammunition artifacts. At least one activated feature.
Bomb.
It is passive. It is technically passive.
Armed is negative 20/15/10 Ori.
Oh, is it negative 20/15/10? Oh, interesting. It might be negative 10 then. I'm gonna be honest. Whoops. Let's not do that. Let's do this. Yeah. Yeah, artifacts always get the short end of the stick. Because artifacts are just way too fucking versatile. Yeah, it needs to require at least one activated feature. Okay. That works. That works. They can now have armed. Using bullets to shoot my bullets? Yeah, no, that was a talk. It still wouldn't work.
That
I just want to say
is
that...
underscore I high.
Why not put it in the activated feature thing?
Will tricky artifacts have less than 10 RP from it? 7 to 8 could be the issue.
What do you mean less than 10 RP from it? I don't know what you mean by that. Artifacts of versatile, really? I don't believe he pushes Araquis behind my back, hiding him, but of course. It could be in the activated features, but it would still require a different activated feature. Otherwise, you just get a free activation clause that states that the artifact can be activated, which doesn't really make sense because it being an activation of some type means that you could have a negative activation. So you still need the requires an activated feature.
Tricky minus 10
but to me,
RP
it's
on
just
everything.
passive.
Maybe more on slower weapons.
Oh, I understand. You think that it's potentially should change depending on what arm should be on the activation modifiers. You're right. You're right. I forgot that was a thing.
Thanks, Dino.
I understand what you mean, Prime, and I understand. Okay, yeah. I get what you meant now. Thank you. Silly me. Let me read these. I believe these initially... Yeah, it already require at least one activated feature. Thank you. You guys are smarter than me. Okay, yeah. Artifacts are complicated, dude. Artifacts are complicated. Oh, you know what I need to give you guys back?
Are you smarter than a 5th grader?
No. You know what I need to give you guys back is, oh god, what was it called? Yeah, that's right. Oh, goodness.
Tricky artifact activation could be shenanigans.
I'm gonna regret this. Okay. Yeah, it needed to come back. Chat, we're putting radiating back. Oh no. Radiating hexproof armor. Yes. The only issue is that...
Or you could put it as for activation, so it only radiates activated abilities.
No, that was part of the problem. So the actual reason why radiating went away, the only reason why radiating went away, which is a silly reason because it's so easy to fix, and part of it was just fear of more stuff. But the problem is that radiating artifacts in the initial text worked if they were in your inventory.
Radiating but requires it to be a keep then?
Okay. You need to be equipped or held? Duh, come on, Ori, what are you doing? Realistically, radiating had other problems that were just kind of like, and it just piled up enough that radiating just disappeared. Hi, Jimmy, how's it going? Welcome in. I think we're gonna do a 10x plus 30. So radiating immediately, like the moment you take radiating, even if you put
An
only
extra
one
ghost
into
hands
X,
talent.
the important thing is that the biggest quality about it is that you can affect like any number of creatures you can jam in a 1 meter space, right? So you can immediately affect like 4 creatures just on grid space from that. And I mean, like, if you're willing to hop up on people's shoulders, then 8. 10, as many as you can jam into a 1 meter space. So, 10x plus 30 makes a lot more sense to me for radiating. Jellybean, how are you doing? What's up? Needing to equip stops you from using travel artifacts / ammo rating? You absolutely still can. The thing with travel artifacts and radiating is that you can put negative effects on them, such as a drone with hexproof. Or command word, yeah. You will need command word for stuff like that. Oh, that's right. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Command trigger is another example. Command trigger is something that makes this really bad. No, command trigger still doesn't work because command trigger says the artifact can be activated without any hands, but it still has to be equipped. Yeah. But you can still use, like, for instance, you could put hexproof on a traveling artifact, and then it's just a...
Can you use weapons or weapon artifacts using telekinesis without having them technically be equipped?
Yes. Yes, you can. However, they're not equipped, so radiating would no longer function. I'm eepy and nauseous, about to take my meds, and I'm here. Oh my goodness, Jellybean, I'm so sorry. That sounds awful. PC Slayers. Why is radiating capacity? What is radiating capacity?
It gives all creatures close to you slots at Dividabino.
Oh! Why is capacity written so stupid? Yes, it would. Radiating capacity would give those slots to every creature near you. Dear Lord summons a radiating. This is what I'm talking about, chat. This is why radiating went away.
It's okay. I have ginger ale to help with the nausea.
That's amazing, Jillybean. I'm so glad.
At the Forager 56 High Forager.
Oh, wow. That's wildly unfortunate. The actual nomenclature in this is so fucked. Because flight specifically states equipped creature has an air travel.
That's what I was thinking, Ori. Just as incompatible with capacity.
That's a really weird incompatibility in my opinion. Oh yeah, radiating incorporeal, kill me. Radiating intensify, yeah, radiating is so powerful, dude. It's so disgustingly powerful. 40. Radiating resistance. There's so much you can do with radiating, it's not even funny. The only passive effect that I can see that doesn't work with radiating is flight.
Specific overrides general, so I would argue that flight would still only affect the equipped creature. Why?
Yeah.
Because radiation is evil.
Evil! Long grapple. I mean, of course, its travels wouldn't do anything, but... Oh, yeah! Affected creatures may cast and craft spells using an art, so that works for casting books. Radiating is so disgusting, dude. Radiating is so stupid. Absolutely ridiculous. I think that realistically what we're probably gonna do is just go like that. It's so insane. It's so insane. Minimum 60 RP for radiating. I don't think artifact rating sounds that fun. Everyone Voltron their artifacts next to each other. Yeah. Let's put another counter argument. What kind of spider made Spider-Man? Checkmate. Let's put a mini-mem on. Oh!
You don't need to BS the GM to summon armies of casters with discounted spells.
Yeah, Magus Rocks are another example of that. Yeah, no, you can make some really disgusting builds with something like Radiating. This is why Radiating really got removed.
Do not Radiating.
We're gonna make it minimum extraordinary. At least. Took the swarms of bees, capable of magic? Yes.
I'm slow currently. Long day of school / work / engineering.
Slow currently, long day of school. Oh, honestly, that's actually so real. I hope you're having a good day now, though.
That's too powerful for extraordinary.
It's pretty strong. Incompatible with capacity, whatever else we decided on. I don't think capacity is such an awkward thing to be incompatible with, because a lot of times you may just want to have a cup that holds a slot that just has radiating for a different reason. You know what I mean? It's annoying that it's worded that way, but that is my fault, right? I don't think it should be incompatible with capacity, because I don't know. Make radiating incompatible with literally everything. But they're only affected by the equipped creature if it also has radiating. I can't change capacity, though. Yeah, no, I kind of agree. It's not the worst thing it could be paired with. Yes, if you guys all stand in a circle, then you all have increased capacity. Honestly, I think that there's use for that. If anything, it's just annoying bookkeeping.
Lock on pig.
Yes, lock on pig. Agreed. Do not let radiating give people magic or spell discounts. It already does. It can, and it will. That's the problem with radiating. It's so hard.
Oh.
It's one of those things, it's like radiating can't differentiate one at a time. You know what I mean? This will be a problem for every feature to ever exist. You know what I mean? I'm gonna put the same thing here because, oh my god, no, wait. You could put plating on ammo.
Maybe each creature can only be under effects of one radiating artifact? Ori, I am going to make a list of every single thing that is badly worded, travel back in time 5 years and slap you across the face with the list, repeatedly. And then you'll go, who are you and how are you in my house, and it'll never make sense because I rewrote the timeline by doing this.
I love that. I absolutely love that. Maybe each creature can only be under effects of one radiating artifact. That was actually something that we talked about when initial radiating was a thing. That was a conversation that we had. The downside to that is that you can... that's fine. Let me read incorporeal so it says the same. Yep, structures are in this. Indeed, indeed. Okay, if you had a radiating hexproof thing that you wanted to use against people, they could just use their own radiating artifact to overwrite your hexproof. That was the problem with that. If you have only one radiating artifact capability at a time, then you just overwrite it with a different radiating feature. Yep, you can instantly get rid of radiating hexproof. What's your ideas? Plating ammo would be hilarious though. You shoot someone with the ammo and it just wraps it onto that person, but it doesn't equip to them. The difference is that it wouldn't have to be equipped into your back or waist slot. You can equip it in your chest slot. Or for some reason, your head slot. I don't know how you're doing that, but congrats. Density or something? Maybe.
The mage carries around their own radiating artifact, so nobody can cast spells except for them.
Make it so that the most expensive radiating is the one that stays, like what the Perpetual does that for Disenchant. I like that, but the problem with that is that now you have to know how expensive your radiating feature was. Requiring people to know the RP of every item they hold, I feel like is not a good idea. It's bad bookkeeping. I don't want to make people have to know what the RP of their items are. Now, there's a choice to know what the RP of your item is, but being forced to know for every single item kind of sucks. Especially for a more casual playstyle. You literally have access to the RP of all of them. That's usually how tinkerers are, but I know a lot of people who don't. Sounds like a skill issue to me. Guys, listen, some people play Utopia casually. I know that sounds like an oxymoron, but I swear to God, some people play Utopia casually. Okay. I like this. Casual Utopia players? Name one.
What's
I know
casually?
one! I know what I can't say their name for doxing reasons.
Hey, raise an idea. Maybe let people make Venn diagrams with radiating because we're already fixing the heck out of this godforsaken feature.
Casual TTRPG. Okay, Grandpa, back into the
Casual
psych
TTRPG.
ward.
Okay,
Back in
Grandpa,
my
back
day,
into the psych ward.
We played casual Utopia.
You can buff stronger or you could make other radiating fail.
You bust stronger, you can make other radiating fall. Yeah, I think that radiating can just be powerful. Like, it can just be super powerful and super expensive at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Casual Utopia, impossible. You know what's really interesting too? Is that if you put Tricky on this artifact, then you can actually make the radiating exclusive to certain creatures. So, like, for instance, if I put a 10 strength minimum on it with Tricky, then it only affects you if you have 10 strength. Same as having
Let the tank
version.
wearing all radiating 5 versatile block artifacts left his party tank better man. It's fine.
Thorns with radiating armor, yeah. I mean, to be fair, you have to craft an extraordinary item for each creature. Oh, sorry, a rare item for every single creature in that swarm. To me, in my opinion, when it comes to that, you've earned it. You have earned a swarm
Only the
of
wise
radiating
may open
creatures.
this door, it just has like 5 tricky intellect.
Does that mean you can nerf someone who's too powerful via radiating that doesn't affect anyone else? Oh my god, you could! Wait, no, that's so crazy! Tricky says, yes, upon crafting, choose a trait. The minimum score requirement for that trait is increased by 10. Creatures that do not meet this requirement gain no positive effects. So let's say no one in your party has a strength higher than 20. If you go to fight some Minotaur, you can put radiating Tricky with a Tricky level of 30, and it only affects them. It doesn't affect anyone in your party. Cryomancy can summon extraordinary, not rare. It's like 5 tricky intellect. Oh my god. No positive effects, correct. And radiating is a positive effect, and so is hexproof. Hexproof is technically a positive effect.
Isn't that only for hexproof?
What do you mean? We can say no effects, but I feel like there's questions that'll be asked, like, well, does that mean it's weightless for me? And the answer is no, it is not weightless for you. I will remove the positive clause for now, but there might need to be a rewording later. Let's put Tricky a little bit higher since it's up here.
That's so insane, Dino.
There we go. But Bingus the Battle Mage is A-okay. That's so funny, dude. Literally, you could literally have like an anti-mage trinket that just states anybody that's too powerful can't cast fucking spells.
Yeah, but it's also among the most niche applications of an item effect out there.
Probably gonna be lurking here while I'm drawing it. I fucking love that so much, Mac. That's amazing. It's also amongst the most niche applications of an item effect out there. Why not make radiating an X
and Y feature though? X for range, Y for density.
I really want to avoid XYs if I can. I really would love to avoid XYs as much as possible. It just adds a lot of convolution. Ew, algebra. It's just 2 numbers. I know. But like I said, every single calculation means something, right? It's important to keep this as touchable as possible. And XYs, I feel like just get a little bit, they just dip a little bit too far into the water for me. The only mage in the party. I love if you're better at magic than me, you can't cast
Then
spells.
hexproof has no affect on me, since it's a positive affect, and I don't have the required tricky trait, so hexproof has no affect on me, but it does everything else above like 5 power.
Yep. About the casuals dog. Remember this in this game you can theoretically give to someone that are first TTRPG. Not coming back from the other room, gremlin voice.
Ori, this means that Kyle can freaking counter one of his biggest counters. You either have a high awareness, and can see him, but can't cast spells, or you have a high resolve, can cast spells, but can't see him.
That's so funny. Now, again, this does mean you need to be within some range of it, right? For 60 RP, you need to be within 1 meter of this fucker for this to work, right? Like, it's not like infinite, like, it's not just like a giant room's worth of radiating.
At the Forager 56, the tank mage with extravagant awareness on a shotgun.
And it still has to be equipped for this to be usable, so it has to be on you. Oh, I see why you said it doesn't work on traveling. Yeah. The tank mage with extravagant awareness on a shotgun. Capture level for magic items just seem fine. Pocket full of very limp traveling artifacts. They're just limp. Don't worry about them. They just take a while. Scoot, scoot. Back from Gardiphone, the burgundy man will still haunts me. Oh goodness, what's up? Still has a ridiculous dodge. 11d12, 22d12. You don't have shrouded and you're close to him. Oh my god, I love that so much. No, at least for now, I feel content with this. I think that this will be insane, but most things in the Adventurer's Guide are insane at this point. Shield feature that lets it affect adjacent creatures. I beg. Ah.
At Zealjuro_u, that's something I would appreciate.
Okay, how about this? Guardian on a shield. Equipped creatures can take the block or dodge action in place of another creature. If they do... Equipped creature may take the block or dodge action in place of another creature if it was to creature being targeted by an applicable source. If they do, the higher roll is considered. $11d9s are not a thing. I believe you're thinking of 11d7 headless. Oh my goodness. Jesus Christ. Yes, I dodge for the person next to me.
I'd argue your block is added to them. It's not like you can dodge in front of them to dodge the damage.
That's fair. Equipped creatures can take the block action in place of another creature being targeted by an applicable source. This does not count against the number of times that creature can block that source. What's up, Zoppy? I'm sure muted because I'm a little busy right now. I just want to pop in and say hello. Hi, Zoppy. Hello, I love you. Is rating rare rarity locked? Yes, it is rare locked. Not used. Okay. Hi, Zoppy.
Nice.
Oh, that's right. Interpretation could be like pushing someone's head down to duck? Yeah. No, that's actually true. No, I think that the same thing could be made for dodge specifically. It's literally just a friendly grappling hook. It does feel more talent territory. I was kind of thinking that. It feels a little bit weird that your shield is doing that for you, in my opinion. That makes sense.
Oh my god. You can make creatures with innate radiating effects.
I don't know if this is a good idea. I think I'm on the same boat that this is talent territory. If items can make up for everything that talents can do, then Tinkers just remain the most powerful creatures in existence. I wish I could post gifs to Twitch chat. Put Mabel screaming, grappling hook here. That sounds so funny. I would love that right now. Full group radiating dodge. Teamwork makes the dream work. Radiating dodge is so funny. And I think there is. Hold on. Is there already a talent called Guardian? There's no talent called Guardian? Really? No, not that. Practical Guard. Nope, not that. Spend an interrupt action with. Nope. When you take a block.
Yet, items can currently make like 80% of talents and 20% of specs useless. There's no point in taking the red range upgrade because you've got 4 assisted and are trying to get a 3 to hit anyway.
There was one, I want to say it was in Resilience. Hold on a second. I know there's one where you could block for somebody. No? Am I crazy? No way.
Talents that are replaced by items kinda cooked.
Yeah.
At the Forager 56 assisted vs Sniper is different because assisted helps people who explicitly don't give a stuff about going through warfare.
I mentioned that it could have that. I think that component specificity is not an artifact thing. And unfortunately, the reason why it's not is not in this book or in the core book. It's in Among Gods. Majority of the reason I kind of prefer pre-errata assisted, where it just gave you a point of favor. Assisted makes sense though, in my opinion, and also more points of favor. If you need the reason why assisted did that and why it was so that way is because when you make a 300-meter sniper rifle, you should not have to roll 36 dice. That's just annoying, and it's the only way to reasonably use that weapon. Mark some feature says this could require specific crafting components. Yes, AG the second. The reason why it doesn't work that way is because, but what would be the specific crafting components? Like, what would be the components, I guess, is more so the question.
Yeah, I don't love the talent features. Swift, Arachnid, minor/moderate/major casting, etc.
Talent features. What do you mean by that? Are you talking about the species stuff? Doing that makes basically any amount of range attack trivial to reach. Yes, at the cost of the usability of the weapon, in my opinion, because it still costs RP to do that, right? Assisted isn't that cheap. And it's only the accuracy, right? Like, it still deals damage. It still has to deal damage. You can still respond to it as normal. I don't know. There's something funky about ranged attacks that I really struggle with. You can become the target of an attack, but you still can't block for somebody.
It costing an interrupt action and not giving you a free block/dodge for the damage is rough.
What? For, and what? Not just by only having prowess. Sticks and stones may break your bones, and oh shit, those were mythical, and now they can sniper shoot your heart.
Sorry for the kinda random question. Do you know if you have seen my Utopia signed copy message yet?
Yes.
It should have an image linked in it.
Yes, and your copy has been shipped out, Katsis. I did see it. Oh, Poopy, I don't think that you can block for somebody. Oh yeah, I forgot. Purples can just not be surprised if they want.
Wait, that retarget doesn't let you block or dodge. The heck?
Wait, what? What retarget?
Not really.
Battle wall?
4 stacks of assisted turns everything to 1/16 of the range, and that's freaking 20 RP.
It does, yeah. It takes an interrupt action to battle wall, but you can.
You just have to spend an additional interrupt.
One of the big reasons, okay, let me explain one of the
So now you
balance
spent 2
issues.
to stop 1 attack.
Yes, there's
The
a
one you
reason
read
for
that
that.
makes you the target.
The big reason why in core
To
Utopia
summarize,
there was
you could
no
mark
option.
some feat Uria as DM could assign some specific required component to make it star.
Oh,
Could
I
have a
understand
list
what
of
you mean,
such
Petroglass.
components somewhere in AG.
The reason why
@Zildro_O.
blocking
Oh,
and
that's fair
dodging
then.
has no proper add your block to them mechanics in the core guide is because of action economy, right? If I'm running a fast weapon, you know what I mean? If I'm running a fast weapon, one of the biggest upsides to having a fast weapon is the fact that 66% of my attacks get unresponded. If my buddies can block for me, I can just block 6 times. Right? I block twice, then he blocks twice, and then she blocks twice. You know what I mean? The economy when you're able to block for somebody is really, really gross. It makes blocking and dodging really powerful. And then for 2-turn action weapons, well, why wouldn't I always block for them? Because if you have a weapon that's only gonna attack twice, then why would we not all just stand together and block everything together? You know what I mean? It really makes outnumbered fights way worse. Way
Mental
worse
image of a
for
party
the
of
underdog.
people with law fighting over who gets hit instead of the others constantly.
Does an ability assist with block and dodge in core Utopia? It does, it assists, but it does not add your block or dodge. It adds a die to your block or dodge. Yes. That's the big reason. I mean, I could see it being a talent. Being a talent makes sense. Oh my god, I forgot that law has disarm. God, I hate that so much. It's so funny. No. Oh my god! Oh no, it says melee weapon attack. Or he talks about outnumbered fights after adding the radiating to the AG1. Yes. Radiating, I don't think radiating is as powerful as it sounds. I think it's very powerful, but still probably a lot more niche than it sounds. Alright, let's go get a gang of 6 adventurers to fight the Demon King. There's 10 of them. They're forming a block circle! Spec talent makes sense. I could absolutely see that as a spec talent, actually. block particle accelerator.
Yay Sentinel talent yay. Can you tell Sentinels are my favorite flavor of tank? At GR0 Uncle holy stuff, they are splitting the action economy. Hello, I have returned with bagel. I don't think this is necessary because there's the one interrupt to become the target talent already. At Sky_Heights, what kind of bagel?
It
0.
does require that you are specifically a red discipline in order to get that, and even further than that, you
at
have to be a
Heights, just as the legends foretold.
It's a very niche talent, in my opinion.
The prophecy. At Diamond Thadino Plushie, just a plain bagel with cream cheese.
Yo!
Laughing face.
Congrats on the refund all. Congratulations. Let's go. Oh, no. Holy shit, I barely saved it. I almost accidentally completed. Congrats on the 12 redeems. Yeah, not everybody's taking combat, exactly.
At Sky_Heights, congrats on the bagel.
Will there be a feature similar to Shrouded available as an innate species option? I could see that. 200. So many hundreds. Delicious hamdrate. Thank you so much. How much does Aether Vision cost? Oh, I forgot about Aether Vision. Thank you. Should Aether Vision... I think Aether Vision will likely be an artifact feature. Like, just an artifact feature. And probably a decent amount. Let's do 50 RP for now. Probably more than that. What if there's a piece of armor for a price allowed for additional interrupt actions? I know it's probably too late to add this, but it's something I want to throw out there. A piece of armor for a price allowed for additional interrupt actions. Additional interrupt actions is a legendary level ability. Like, getting additional interrupt actions is like god levels. Well, demigod levels, but it's a very powerful ability, to say the least. There are talents that do that, but there are not items that can do that, and I don't think items should. That's not where tinkerers excel, and we don't want to make tinkerers just gods of this world.
Getting one extra interrupt is literally an ultimate spec.
Can Tricky require 10 of each trait? Yes, it can.
Can weapons give IA discounts on parry? Unless there's something already in the AG, non-caster mind characters don't really have a way to fight mages without Sage Slayer. That's the second kiss in a row. It's just a complaint I seen other people make.
What's that?
They just fumble to one contest.
Or refuse to make mechanical engineers the gods they deserve to be. That 2 is too little sometimes. There's a lot of ways to get more interrupts in this game. It's just not through tinkering. At least in the Adventures Guide. There's some ways in the core guide. There's one way in the core guide. 0 to 5 times. Yes. Parry lets you block one attack. That is correct. I absolutely love that ability for Wardens. Wardens are so funny, dude. Parry is so good, it's just
At Petriglass_Tower, you use parry for big heck you swords that take a year to wind up. not for the dude with a small knife.
I so disagree, chat. I so disagree. You're in tactics. You run away, force them to eat up their turn actions to get close to you, and then they can only attack you once. That's how you use parry. That's my opinion. But it also works against big fuck you swords, yes.
OC Ori, I'm a red, I use parry to aura farm.
Use it to aura farm. In a Doofenshmirtz voice. Barry the Rogue! Could a tactic be that parry throws an opponent off balance? Balance isn't a really strong mechanic in Utopia. It's more of a thematic thing.
You could also spend actions
possibly
to get more IAs if you're feeling risky.
Use parry the platypus to save the tri-state area.
Is there a reason why there are very few, if any, optional rules in Utopia?
Yes, because the core guide is designed to be as simple as possible. There will be a lot more optional mechanics in the adventurer's guide. But the core guide is meant to be as straightforward as possible. This is the introduction. Hard to kite, end up asking the whole party to kite with you. I mean, it depends on the party comp. I've definitely seen people do it. Someone
At
make
Sky
that a
_
character.
Heights, Phineas and Ferb should have made a D&D EP-ist. AG specific feature needs specified by DM component optional mechanic PLS. Thank you.
Aether Vision. Affected creatures can recognize and interpret souls within creatures, including
At Makajedaldu, that would be so cool.
whether or not a creature's soul matches an entity's.
At Makajedaldu, I mean, they're getting a season 6, in theory.
Including whether or not
Just
an
make a
entity's soul
TikTok
matches
at Dan
its identity,
Povenmire and suggest it.
and whether or not
He's
something is innately
surprisingly willing to
illusionary or
respond to
magical
these
in
things.
nature. Aether Vision is kind of gross. Yes,
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name?
Will there be ways to do gaseous
There we
form
go.
or ashen form and such?
kind of. Gaseous form in its entirety is really difficult. It's possible and kind of based on setting. There's shadow step, so you can teleport. Very short distances and within limitation, but you can teleport. But in order, you could turn yourself into a gas. However, you would just die if you did that. Personally, imagine the Tinker put the goggles on, turning to someone and being like, wait a minute. Alteration to similar creatures. Yes, you can also polymorph in the Adventurer's Guide. Someone give me a suggestion for Utopia spell. It could be a name, a concept, whatever. I'll come up with something and then post it.
At blue 3_mag3 global warming.
Global warming. Okay, bet. For some reason, I want to make a character that just busts people playing cool guitar solos. There's a discipline for that. It's the Bard. They literally do that. That's where the meme "I play the sniper rifle" came from. Chat, your thoughts on Aether Vision. I know Forager's gonna hate it. I absolutely know that Forager's gonna hate it. Oh no, Wizred! Lurk for power, I love you. Hoodlum's bedazzling cloak. Oh my god. Wait, I love that. There needs to be a character named Hoodlum.
I play the sniper rifle.
It's so funny. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick, chat.
Yeah, I dislike. How do I counter it, Ori? How do I counter it? Ori, hey Ori, Ether Vision should be a lock to rare because it's just shrouded to shroud harder. It makes the creature capable of seeing them in any situation.
Whoa. Sure stream. No, yeah, no, it's not, I don't think it needs to be rare locked by any means. It's powerful, but it's not that powerful. Yeah. And it does counter
If you
shroud.
blind them they still can't see, yes?
Yes, correct.
Make it prevent the user from doing all the stuff it stops other creatures from doing.
Make it prevent the user from doing all the stuff it stops other creatures from doing? What do you mean by that? Yes, it does counter shrouded. It stops the Aether Vision as long as they can't... As long as they don't have another way to interpret the creature, right? Like, you could still see... As long as you
it's
can hear
insanely
or
powerful
sense...
one feature to disable an entire playstyle. Ori, what peak achievements are you still missing?
Oh, I'd have to look, dude. I'd have to look. Almost all of the Mesa ones. There's ways to disable items, one thing. Making a creature blind and deaf is another way to do
Ori,
it.
when are you gonna play Balatro?
I have no idea, man. Shout out to Hexproof. Yeah. The only way... No, you could blind and deafen somebody. That would prevent Aether Vision from working. In some GMs, you could just blind them and Aether Vision would go away. Wait, this is funny. You can't disable telepathy, so characters with telepathy, Aether Vision can't be
Wouldn't them being blind and
desensitized out
deaf
of
be
Aether Vision.
equal to you being invisible and silent?
Yes. However, if they have Aether Vision, you can't be invisible and silent to them, so you have to blind or deafen them.
Gonna be honest, I'd just make Aether Vision exclusive to head armor.
They're going to Vegas every day so we can learn poker for the Balatro stream. Oh, but of course. Sensory negation, yes. Aether Vision says if they have senses, they can see you, so you have to take away their senses. Yep. Exclusive to head armor is interesting. 60 RP is very expensive for an artifact, in my opinion. But kindled their helmet to wrap their face in too much soul to see through? Yes, there are creatures without helmet slots. Absolutely there are. Breathless is head exclusive. Yeah, it probably shouldn't be, but it is. In fact, Breathless should probably go on artifacts too, in my opinion. I think it will, actually, in fact. Because it should be on both.
Nah, I think something so important shouldn't be locked to headgear.
I agree, personally. I think it is a counter, but it's a counter to a nearly uncounterable playstyle.
I think Aether Vision makes sense as an artifact. There's plenty of media where people look through a crystal pendant or something for it.
That's also my opinion about it.
The Seeing Stone from Coraline.
Yep.
Make ether vision artifact obvious to everyone who looks at it. I prescription glasses my new old characters bifocal glasses.
You would need radiating for that. Okay, I'm fine with that. Let's see what's more kills in. Jim had to go no because there's no way to deal with them otherwise. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that it counters a nearly uncounterable playstyle currently. Counter stuff doesn't sit well with me? What do you mean? It's not complete negation or immunity. There's several traits that can deactivate items entirely. There's several ways to de-equip people. Again, blinding and deafening still works. That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a meme. Feeling old yet, Ori? You are reaching the age faster than I am and you will need bifocals soon. I don't think I will need bifocals soon. I don't think I will. One of my eyes is already blind. I just won't wear them. And you can see. Oh. That'd be so cool to put that on a sword. Like you have an artifact
You just
weapon.
know it has ether vision.
Oh, I was just playing with you. Grip spell.
You have a soul and it lets others see your soul.
AG. It's in the AG.
Just.
Can you use radiating to replace wake and spell tech? No, oh my god, no, wait.
At Zealdro
no, that's
AG.
not how that would
There's
interact.
ways to
That's not
deactivate items
good.
and ways to unequip things.
I forgot that when this was out, it was not available for spell tech because... Let me read spell tech real quick. I think that it's really awkward. Oh, no, nope. Radiate...
Ori radiating consumable already can't do that, just fix it.
Hold on. Did you cast a spell costing X stamina using this artifact? Specific spell must be chosen upon craft, for instance, feature change. The activation feature is not considered casting a spell, no stamina is paid. So now the non-stamina cost cannot be chosen regardless of the spell. The artifact is treated as if the origin of the spell and the user is treated as the caster. The creature does not need to know any of the arcane. Nope! Spell tech does not say affected anywhere. Spell tech does not care about who's being affected. It's completely, it ignores that entirely.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know
But just in case.
all I want. Keep saying that
Can't you just kindle items equipped by a creature? Animate Aether
At
Vision artifact?
Petriglass_tower, yes you can.
You can kindle artifacts, however, that
At the
does
Forager
not
56
mean
fair.
that they have the effects that they give, right? You can kindle goggles and they just turn into goggles. They just turn into an animated trinket. It depends on the GM. It does not always work that way. It's completely up to GM to decide how that functions. No, the idea is to use Kindle to get the artifacts off the person. I assume that's the idea. Oh! Yeah, you could do that, but, I mean... Yeah, you could do that. It's a creative way to go about it, but it's possible, yeah. They cannot use goggles that run away. Yeah. Yeah, you could do that. Like I said, there's always a counter. The point is that there's no active counter to stealth. You know what I mean? Other than just having a ridiculously high awareness, there's no way to counter stealth. You just lose. You know what I mean? Or at least they get away with what they want to get away with. Unless you have something like Aether Vision. There's a lot of ways to get around Aether Vision as well. I mean, not a lot of ways. There's creative ways, but gives me the other vision. The way I like the fact that stealth counter to it is just more stealth. Yeah, no, I mean, stealth counters stealth. Plus 100 stealth will go crazy. Will you never exist? You're so stealthy. Lamau, real. The stealth looter can't loot me if I have nothing. Wait, that's it. Haha, I counter with poverty. That's the true counter. Anyways, okay. I do want to get into, okay, creatures are kind of already set in stone. Not set in stone. They're already set up. I do want to potentially come up with some more structure features.
Just a cardboard box should counter ether vision.
Wait a second. Is there an ability to, hold on. This is the one. No, it gets through this actually. This is also a counter to into impersonation.
Ori make animated structures still be able to remain altars.
Currently structures cannot be animated. What is the wording
At
exactly?
prime underscore is underscore I. You gave me prime torture abilities if this is true. Because Daredevil might be a problem with it.
Right here.
At GR0 Uncle Gallifers elegant outerwear. Create medium image. Continuum 3x. 6 plus 20x SP. When you cast this spell, high quality garments you can imagine cover your form. These clothes last for a number of hours equal to X, useful for when you are lacking appropriate clothes for a fancy party and the funds to purchase some.
Kindle says item. Structures are distinct from items. Affected creatures can recognize and interpret souls within entities, including whether or not an entity's soul matches its identity, whether or not something is innately illusionary, and sense entities obscured by a non-physical source. Sword and object and have target watching them right.
Long message warning in terms of play style. Wanted a magic technician of some sort, able to identify magic through intellect and stamina instead of Sage Slayer, and then able to add PP to spells when within a certain range of the maw/wake of the spell using interrupt actions and stamina, can enhance ally spells or negate/mitigate enemy spells, restricted to arts already contained in the spell or that you are able to cast. Most OP circumstance would be negating wake through void.
How would that work mechanically? What do you mean by that? It means that they see through illusions, or they are aware that illusions are illusions. If you're obscured by anything other than a giant wall or rock, their senses still work to see you. So for instance, if you turn invisible, they just see through invisibility. And they can tell whether or not your identity matches your
magic
character.
has always been one of my favorite methods of world building.
I want to go to structures. Right now, I do want to do a little bit of math real quick on structures, because right now,
Ether Vision is just having Sharingan pretty much.
It's True Sight. It's True Sight, essentially. It's True Sight on steroids, really. The structure gains the ability of a custom handheld artifact. Artifacts used this way may not include features that modify the number of slots required to hold it, or that would allow the artifact to move or travel. So if you make an artifact that costs, let's say you make a common artifact that costs 40 RP.
Like what if you are just really well hidden? Based on the wording of that, it would just be you don't get the favor in general, which stops what I was worried about.
You said you're really well hidden. If you're physically
At
obstructed, then yes, they don't see you just because they don't see you regardless. They just see through magic. Yo, Zombie, thank you so much for the raid. What's up, buddy? How's it going? Welcome in.
Yo.
Let me add a little bit of time to that timer for you. I really appreciate you being here, buddy. How's it going? How was stream? Tell me your favorite part. What was it all about? If you guys need to take care of yourself, absolutely go do that. Welcome to stream. We're working on the Adventures Guide, which is the expansion to Utopia TTRPG, which is the game that I've been working on that just released. Thank you guys so much for being here. How was it? Oh, as of course, I need to make sure. I'm gonna shout out Zoppy. I'm gonna put you in the pin message until something else happens. Stay in the pin message. There you go. If you guys haven't already, go follow Zoppy. And if anybody's new here, please consider following the channel. I really appreciate you. Let's enjoy a clip from Zoppy.
What the fuck, Salmon?
Thanks so much for the follow, Kay. I appreciate you.
That was so mean. That was so actually.
Yeah, no, normal stealth works.
Like, double odds again, I'm sorry.
No.
Everybody's left. Yeah, you're gonna end. Were you streaming on Twitch? No, I was recording.
The
At
abacus
Diamond
goes so
Fadino
hard.
Plushie, I mean. Sure. But it's still possible to just stealth hard enough and it's not a problem.
Correct. It's just that invisibility doesn't work on
Yeah,
that,
you
right? Like
you'll
magical
definitely get
invisibility.
views.
Yeah, I was recording for the entire end, so I have all the phases. And I was
What's up, Zoppy? What's up?
like making like a video. I didn't expect to get two shinies at once. I feel like I kind of have to like.
Nice. I have to show you. You have to show me your streaming setup. Do it. Do it. What do you mean by masks? If you mean physical masks, then yes. Okay, so it'd be 40 RP. It'd be 40 material, 20 refinement, 20 power, divided amongst the number of cells. So it would be 40 RP, 40, 20, 20 for a single cell. Let's say we make this 5 cells. So it's 40 plus 50 divided by 5. So it's 18 per cell. Which is better, but it's massive. What if we max this out? 40 plus 100 divided by 10, it's 14 per cell. I like this a lot, actually. This is just making a gigantic artifact, essentially.
At GR0 that's just a combo of telekinetic force and array/wake. Not much I can do to make a good unique spell specifically for that.
Appreciate you immense. Lurk for power. I'm going straight back into stealth after failing a stealth roll, especially when you can't gain disfavor on stunt. Nothing. That's what makes
Like
it so
the identity
powerful.
thing. If you wear a perfect mask of a different creature and dress as that creature, does ether vision lets them know you aren't magically transformed?
Yes, it lets you know if the soul does not match the identity, which is why I said Affinity
think
has
you're gonna like
entire
it.
has an entire study called impersonation, which allows you to disguise yourself. Aether Vision sees through that.
I see. Thanks for clarifying that, Ori, because it's come up a few times.
No problem. Like I said, stealth has a lot of boons. There's a lot of ways that stealth goes really disgustingly. Like I said, it needed something against it. And I find it really funny that the counter to stealth is Tinkerers. And the counter to those Tinkerers is other Tinkerers and
Anyone
mages.
want to give me some inspiration for a combat spell?
You can also currently just farm for 6s using Fortunate. It's kind of hard for him not to crit succeed when he's rolling stealth. Yeah, that makes sense. That checks out. So if you were to make... Oh, actually, you know what? Let's crank this up to its max. So if we were making a mythical artifact and we wanted to spend the smallest number of components possible by making it 10 cells big, then it's 32 RP per cell. And there's how many? You can only put 10 cells, I believe, or 10 components per cell.
Yet he has still freaking crit failed a stealth roll 5 freaking times.
That's ridiculous, Forger. Holy shit.
Ori, I sent you my layout in Discord DMS3.
We're only allowing 10 component slots. Thank you, Zombie. I appreciate it. So if you have 32, then you need basically a ton of extraordinary and rare to make that work. And then half that in refinement. So 16 refinement. So yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, don't get me wrong. You get the effects of a mythical artifact. However, you're requiring 32. What's the cheapest way to do that? All crude would be 10. All common would be 20. All rare would be 40. So mostly rare materials. So like, what would that be? Like 8 rare material? 7 rare material. And then 2 crude. Yes.
At Diamond Thadino Plushie you may only reroll any number of dice once per
7
test. Meaning that
Okay.
you can reroll up to all of them once.
7
or 3
rare
stamina
material.
per die.
Yeah. Okay, so with this structure building, with this structure architecture building right here, you can make a max RP mythical artifact that's 10 meters, 10 cubic meters large, right? However, it takes 70 rare material components, 20 crude material components, and 10 common material components. And then half that in refinement and slightly less than that in power. So you can use a ton of infrastructure for one mythical artifact that doesn't move. Going to kill me when this I haven't implemented as an add-on module for Foundry? Yes. Yes, I am. I'm sorry in advance, Voltaic. You may only, how long since I played some Utopia? I play every Thursday. I also normally play on Mondays. I haven't been recently, of course. Today's Monday. But we normally do Pi's Redemption on Mondays. Okay. Does Either Vision let them know the creature is a pretender without telling them the real identity? Or does it let them... No, it does not tell them the real identity. It just says this person doesn't match. I don't believe your apology. Well, I mean... Okay, I'm almost sorry, Voltaire. Fuck you. Yeah, no, lunar elves are disgusting in stealth. I like this. I actually like this a lot. Mounted artifacts are pretty dope. That's actually really cool. You can trade like 70 rare material for a mythical artifact that takes up like a small building.
So for
worth of
carnival
space.
masks it does not help.
No. I don't think so. How much damage could that deal? Wait a second, I want to know something. Give me a second. How much range? Let's give it like 100 meters of range.
I
Why
am
not?
very ready for in 12 levels. The ability to just get another modifier when I make a test, at the cost of an extra interrupt, is going to be amazing.
Whoops, no, wrong. 170? Let's make this 1 minute. Let's make this 1 minute. Cool! Okay, hear me out here, chat. Hear me out here. We can make a 10 cubic meter plasma rifle that does 17 D20 energy damage and takes 1 minute to fire with just a shit ton of rare components. Like around 100 rare components, over 100 rare components. You can make a giant plasma rifle that fires 17 D20 damage in 1 minute. This is how you make a siege weapon. Boom! I love this. Okay, cool. Wow, 2 nat 1s in that. Unfortunate. 1 nat 1 and 1 nat 20, better. Yeah, no, I like this. This feels good. Do structures just have artifact affixes? That's one of the abilities. It's called Mounted. Mounted is one of the structure abilities, yes. I think that capacity is probably a fair one to have, so that you can have structures that... These are some of the basic stuff, like a chest, a door, you know, stuff like that.
Requires focus asterisk. At Diamond Thadino Plushi, what does that even mean?
Let me see how much capacity costs on these duders. I believe it's 2x, right? There you go.
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw
Well, if it says person, then you can make multiple selections. You can make multiple the same talent.
praying I could call you.
Is that fair? Yeah. So that means that you can make a crude box in 1 meter with just 10 crude material and 5 crude refinement. You can make a box that stores 10 slots.
As his current biggest threat is him, but more. Lock off.
There we go. Okay, that's a lot better, actually. So it's a 2 to 3 ratio. So if you were to make... Yeah, if you were to make a crude chest that fits in a 1 meter cube, it would hold 15 slots. If you were to make it common, it'd hold 30, I think. If you made it 2 meters wide, then it would hold double that. I'm fine with that. Yeah, I think that's good. Now it's even bigger. Now a crude chest could hold 30 slots. That's fine. Okay. No, I'm happy with that.
Ori, you should have one that just adds HP to the structure.
Oh yeah, that'll be a thing. HP for structures is a whole conversation unto itself, so I don't want to add to HP until we know how HP works, if that makes sense.
For if you're making a barricade or something.
Are species allowed multiple instances of a talent that has options separated by slashes? For example, proficiency for no disfavor on a test of a certain subject because elves have 2 proficiency? What? Huh? I'm so confused. No. No. They are not unless it specifically states they can. Or wait. Oh, I see. Elves have both. Well, maybe you are. Does it say? Hold on a second. Is that just, does that mean that elves are just special?
Elves have 2 proficiency EI. They have 2 subtraits that they can learn to never get points of disfavor.
Oh. Yep, nope. Elves just broke the mold. Yeah, you're not... No. You can't do that for a custom species. Whoops. Well. Oh, elves, I guess. Yep. Can't do that for a custom. Only elves did that. Thanks so much for the alert, Blue Mage. I appreciate you.
Noted. Thank you for that answer, 07.
Using that with augmented strikes, Lamau. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
But why do they get to be special like that?
Real answer, it was an accident. Fake answer, it's a feature. Also, because they're elves. Elves always break the rules. That's just how elves work. Just ask elf. Oh, bye, Dino, for 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm gonna kill the mystery box with a
Yo,
hot
Ori,
knife.
I'm back.
Yo, what's up, London? You cannot make the elf raw. That is correct. It's not possible. Oops. Welcome back. Oh, you can make automatons, I'm pretty sure. Why can't you make automatons?
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running?
I don't how you get 100-year-old elves weak as 20-year-old humans. Like IDC, if you haven't had puberty, 100 years can get you so much XP.
Yeah, that's always a big question. That's why elves are
At
often
Diamond
so
Cadino
powerful
Fushino,
and why they're such a
instead just
definitive
complain
force.
about Ori hates you.
No.
Because he does. He's said it live on stream, and if he's said it live, who knows how many times he's said it in private, when no
Nice.
one was listening.
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games.
See?
Can't we
Now he's even lying about it.
No.
instead of running away? Jumping the gun to play it safe. Oh, let's spend the weekend
Okay.
in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow.
Me talking to myself, but of course, you can make automatons. You need impressionable for the absorption branch. Oh, that's right. No, you're right. You're right. Yes. No, I understand what you mean. Yes, you are correct. Get to remember souls when using Aether Vision, i.e. can one see a cloaked creature wants to recognize it elsewhere? Yes. Most stuff that deals with souls in Utopia, it's a lot of GM discretion because it's so setting specific. Utopian lore deals with souls in a very distinct and very specific way. So I usually leave a lot of stuff to GM interpretation in case their setting is different. That's the big reason why soul mechanics are so GM heavy. You know what I mean? That's why kindling is so nondescript. Extra special. No, honestly, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with creatures and species being broken. Items and spells, in my opinion, should match the crafting guide. That's the nature of them, right? Is that you can use them to learn how the crafting guide works. However, species and creatures are not something that are designed to be made a ton of times. They're something that you only deal with once, and one of them is purely a GM tool. Okay. I'm pretty okay with this.
If you want structures.
If you want structures, what? If you want structures. I remember your settings. You cannot raw force a species to use impressionable to get absorption. True.
That's the reason I was super confused that you can't see the stacks of things on pre-made items, Ori. If they can be used to learn the items, why don't they show what each thing has?
Space. It's just page space. Page real estate. It's the only reason that they don't. That you cannot add more elves or automaton subspecies raw. I mean, yeah, no, not raw. Okay. I think that for, it's gonna be really hard to come up. We're gonna need to figure out the health system
Page
structures.
space? Sounds like another way of saying you hate us to me.
No. Gonna need to decide if we use the pip system and what their defenses look like and what it takes to hurt a building.
Yet.
Just work harder. I'm trying.
I really could never. Sounds too complicated for my little brain. Ori, tell Pips I say hi.
Pips, come here. I already did earlier today. Pips! Oh, what are you doing, Pep? Oh my goodness, you look so excited. Hello. Borger says hi, Pips.
Tell Pips I say hi too.
You insult the maker of the building, the foundation, architectural structure, etc. to hurt the building. I love this.
And me.
Guy says hi. Voltaic says hi, Pips. Guy says wah, Pips. This is from Voltaic, Pips. I'm sure you know what all of these words mean. Love you. Yeah, you're good. You're doing so good. You're doing so good.
Obviously. Pips is the smartest doggo.
Smartest doggo. The most ingenious, big brain, lumpy brain doggo in the world. Love you, pup. Someone's in the demonic little breakout. I'm alive! I'm home! Welcome, Emmy! How's it going? Hello! Chat, for anyone who doesn't know, this is a shorter stream today. Pips actually made Utopia. Shh. Pips, they can't know. Can't know. No one will ever find out, Piper, that you actually made Utopia. It's an artifact with 8 stacks intensify engineering from it, please. You're going to commit world domination, Piper. Yes, it will be you. You will do it. Yeah, good Pep. Radiating buildings? Oh wait, you can actually do that. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that actually.
How do you disable a building that radiated hexproof? Does hexproof kill permanent spells?
No. Hexproof does not kill spells at all. It just means you can't cast more. Hexproof does not end spells in any way.
I think structures should have a base amount of HP that scales by amount of RP, or rarity, or something, but have features that add HP either in flat amounts of by increasing the scaling values. Same for defenses. Yes, this means universal stat blocks, but you can ignore that probably.
You can ignore that probably. Oh. A point in the structure? From a point in the structure? It would radiate from probably everywhere within the structure and then some border around it. I would assume that they have psyche damage immunity.
At GR0, of course. Who is Pip?
Pips is my dog. It's Piper. The structure's built.
At Emerald Jewels, yeah, the corgi. At Petriglass_Tower, which means he hates chat. I disagree with how mounted works, but I'll write a dissertation later on the topic.
What's the disagreement with it?
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just
At Petriglass_Tower, yes.
Can a structure be sentient? Yes. Yes, it can. Because of mounted. Can I be let out of the basement or don't? You haven't fed me in weeks? No. But I will get you a bowl of mashed potatoes. Not that kind of mounting. Not that kind of different kind of mounting. Can Kindle for structure be real?
Bits?
I don't know. In a bad Ori voice, can Utopia be bought over the website? Yeah, no, because I'm not reading the rest of that. You get 2 bacon bits.
Also, are planets and moons items, structures, or something else? Why not
Structures
kindle
or
the
something
sun?
else.
What if resurrect works on a star?
That's kind of why Kindle doesn't work on structures, because of questions like that. We almost got him. Ah, Jesus Christ. Oh wow, no, these are kind of ass. No, maybe it should have 20 component slots. I see now. I forgot that they each take up component slots.
I think structures should treat cells as stacks essentially, and operate differently depending on stacks.
Stacks. Cells as stacks essentially operate differently depending on stacks? Like, what do you mean by that? I don't know if
At
I fully understand.
Rexet404WDYM?
Yeah. I also agree with the what do you mean?
At Emerald Jewels, removing poison, heavy elements, from stars so that they can keep fusion going for longer usually. At Rexet404 expound. At Emerald Jewels, pat pat. At Emerald Jewels, if a star gets indigestion, it needs galactic Pepto-Bismol.
Oh, that's
Can mounted structures be placed on
such
vehicles?
awful math.
Multiplayer war machines sound wild.
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call
artifact RP value plus 10, so...
Respect your elders. I'm gonna be real, I don't understand any of the math for structures currently. I'm just trusting Ori and the people who do to not kill us all.
Or no. I do not hate anybody. This is really difficult. I'm trying to figure out the best way to deal with artifact stuff.
Ah yes, structures.
Yeah, structures. Power thing in action at least once, but I don't want to spend the points. It doesn't cost any points. You can just use the caravan command.
The example YXYZ is even worse than XY features.
Yes. They are very difficult to balance. There's a caravan command that uses the TIE power thing. The XYZ, XY what? Yeah, exactly. We're talking about basically adding algebra into component costs.
What is the command?
Exclamation point caravan followed by a streamer. A streamer that specifically has time moderated. I think. That the one? Thank you so much for the hydrate. Yep, that's the one. That's the command for it.
Caravan at Diamond Thadino Plushi.
There you go. Look at all those levels.
Make sure you do headless, they're the best one to do, as there's only a 1/6 chance you die from it. Power. What?
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my
At Oridont petition to remove structures and make everything an empty super flat world. I'm joking, headless is like the second hardest caravan. TIE is worse, though.
Okay, there's some new math here and I want to test it out. If this is the case, if you have 5 cells on a mythical artifact, that'd be 220
Hi TIE.
plus 50. So 270 material.
We're explaining caravan, you can go back to napping.
So we have 270 material RP. This is a 20 RP mythical mounted artifact, 5 cells. You would need... Oh, the same.
Goodbye.
And then 220 hour RP.
Ori, this prevents the Death Star. You can't prevent the Death Star.
So you need to get 152 RP in 20 components. Nope. Yeah, you basically need all legendary components for that. And you need 100 of them. You need 100 legendary components to make a stationary artifact of that
At Reichs at
variety.
404 Roko's Death Star. Caravan at monkey_pasquire.
With that, instead, it would be 110 plus 50, so 160. And with this, it'd be 110. 20 plus 160 plus 110.
At Emerald Jewels, well, probably lose that 1 TBH.
So 108 total RP. Could not do it with rare. What if we did maximum of 10 again?
Just keep caravanning me at Emerald Jewels.
Make it really big, and then it would be 54 RP per. Then you could almost do it with common. Yeah, you would need a mix of common and extraordinary. That's a little bit too powerful, I think. Yeah, I think a max of 8 is fine. Honestly.
How does someone become a caravan member?
You have to be a streamer that collaborates with me in some way. Yeah, you could do that with all extraordinary. Let's do this one more time, but like this. If that was the case, then it'd be 220 plus... Oh, all of this math is wrong now. Because this is
now... At the Forager 56, wait, I just recast.
Plus 80, so that's 300. That was a stupid thing to use a calculator for. Look now. This would be 220 plus 40, so it'd be 260. And
caravan at monkey_pass choir.
110. Okay, yeah. 300 plus 260 plus 110 divided by 8. 83. You would need mostly extraordinary, but 8 rare. 72 extraordinary, 8 rare to make a mythical stationary artifact. That's fine with me. I'm fine with that. Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Did I do bad?
If you do this, we were to do this. What happened? Oops. Yo, what's up, Cyber? How's it going? Whoops. We're doing a little bit of math. Yeah, I'm doing a little bit of math. Is size cap implemented yet? What do you mean by size cap? There's kind of a size cap. Ish. Capacity can go a million different ways. I mean, you could go... I think that... Yeah, you could do 30 slots all crude
Caravan
still.
at Oridont.
Well... Yeah, 36 slots is where you cap out at a purely crude chest. So you can make a chest with purely crude components, 18 of them to be specific, 18 crude components would make you a chest that holds 36
the
slots.
The important question, is Udo a viable structure?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. Can cells be placed vertically? Yes. Yes, they can. Okay, now it's making sense in my head. I like this again. It's making sense in my head. I'm gonna go use...
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my head.
XP. At Emerald Jewels at Oridont at Diamond Thadino Plushi at Jalebine at Netsino 115 at Monkey_Pass Choir at Their Headless at Taigai 614.
Okay. I think what we'll have here is something like a wall.
Headless is currently the only one who you can't get to a point where you guarantee success, from what I recall. There's always a 1/6 chance of just losing your head. At the Forager 56 wait, it's 1/6 now? Shit man.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna need to figure out how pips work.
At Emerald Jewels, these are all people who stream and have Ty as a moderator, except me. I'm special because I started this meme.
Yeah, pretty much. What do you mean, context?
Oh. Why do you keep caravanning Monkey? We can't win against her, her power is too high. Ty power Monkey.
Deal 100 damage in a single turn, 6 seconds, in order to be destroyed.
At Diamond Thadino plushie with like Shipwrecker, it'd make more sense if it were a number.
Or I'm gonna be real, I don't like pips. I'd appreciate if they were an optional rule. I think it would be pips, and then the optional rule would be to not use pips. Just use hardness, which is the minimum damage to deal like defenses. Yeah.
At Oridont, the power is technically double that, so it is misleading.
Yes. That's fine, you can do the raw math. So basically what a pip is a resemblance of 100 damage. If you have to deal a pip's worth of damage in one turn to actually harm a structure. Otherwise, it doesn't take any damage instead. So for instance, if you were to deal 150 damage in one turn, you're only dealing 1 pip. If you were to deal 80 damage in a turn, you fail to deal a pip. Clarify, the base of my request is that we still have the math available to get regular HP values for structures, that is all. No, that's fair. I think that there is a relative, like, hardness that comes with it as well, to the point of where, if I deal 1 damage to this wall, I'm not even gonna harm it, right? I can't just accumulatively deal 1 damage to this wall until it breaks. I need to have a minimum impact to even which is kind of how defenses work, but buildings are a little bit different in the sense that once you've dealt 100 damage to this wall is destroyed and suffers no damage up until that point. That's kind of more so the reason for the pip system. It's kind of like this is going to sound like a really weird analogy, but consider that a structure always rolls 100 on dodge, or 99 rather. I think pips or defenses are needed, but I'm wondering if you can have both. Can you armor up a structure? You could. However, structures are already probably one of the most complicated things in Utopia so far. I think that the simplest route is the best route, in my opinion.
Pips seem pretty simple then for multiple people attacking.
Yeah. Exactly. That's kind of the thought process.
No, I get why pips are a thing. I just think in certain situations using raw health numbers would make more sense. Example,
no, that's fair.
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel! Give cells affixes too? Fuck. Just wait until my house dodges your attack! So they can interrupt action fast weapons on each other's turns? Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Out of turn order, you could just all attack at the same time as well. I mean, that's kind of an optional rule, but yeah, I digress.
I give up on art for now.
Oh no! Welcome back, Mac!
Maybe a feature that gives the structure more pips? Probably costs MRP. At monkey_pasquire did not feel like it lol, but thanks monk, love.
There we go. Implements are the things that have pips. Okay.
Hi Oriaini here for the last tiny bit.
Hey, what's up, Brain?
What
How's
all
it
new
going?
got built?
We're working on structures right now, and I'm like racking my brain around it.
Hi Rain. At Rain Eyes Falling OMG my fiance hi, love. Ray a and can we kiss underscore?
There was another thing I was gonna... Oh, shit, I don't remember. Boy about it, Jesus Christ, Rain. Oh, shit, I completely forgot I was gonna put.
Hi Diamond.
poopy. That's right, stacking.
Still can't wait until the Fae get their subspecies traits and I can make Fae.
Okay, I think that this is the better way to describe this.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone.
Because my ideas are silly.
Can't we just say it?
This week at you, bet, Ricks. Fae subspecies is going to be a thing. This is going to be an absolute nightmare to figure out, honestly. This is going to be such a hard system to implement. To the compass at some point? Yeah, absolutely. We do Q&As on Wednesdays. Wednesday nights, we do Q&As. That's usually a good time to talk about the compass. Sometimes on Tuesdays, which would be tomorrow, we also do Q&As, but it depends. It kind of depends. Not gonna tell us yet. Lore character is married to the Fae. I'm interested to see my idea of her as possible. Interesting. No, fuck stacking. Stacking is not gonna work well, I don't think.
At the Forager 56, this is Driven, who I've talked about a couple times.
Okay. Yeah, we can get rid of stacking. Stacking doesn't need to be here. It's too much complication for something that is not
Ori
necessary.
hates Dino and the rest of chat.
No. Can I deal multiple pips of damage at once? Yes. Correct. That is 6 pips. If you deal 600 damage to something, it deals 6 pips. Okay. You've already ordered an orbital strike? Not again. I do not hate chat. I do not hate chat. You have cooked the vehicles yet, or is this beginning of structures to work? This is, structures have come first. We have not done vehicles yet because I'm terrified of what vehicles will become. Vehicles are gonna be so scary, dude. I don't even know how we're gonna deal with vehicles. Oh my goodness. I mean, vehicles are basically just gonna be structures on wheels. So vehicles are very much going to take from the structure system. But I said I don't hate anybody. I don't hate Dino because I don't hate anybody.
The ways Ori says vehicles is so silly.
What?
Oh yeah, you don't hate chat? Give everyone in chat an ice cream then.
I'm sorry, chat. I thought I just heard Piper scream.
Ori just abandoned us.
I thought Piper got hurt. Vehicles. Killer vehicles. Give me a GTR in Utopia. I need one. Jesus Christ.
tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind.
I think that's a fine way to write that.
One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Oh, let's spend the weekend here in this bed. We can sleep in
We need a structure that slows people down.
the flow. Use this kind of fight this.
Driving in my car right after a beer. Oh my gosh, that bump looks like a deer. Fun situation for dexterity tests. Piloting vehicles. Jesus Christ, I'm scared.
Let's spend the weekend here in this bed. We can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Use this kind of fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow.
At Diamond Thadino Plushi DUIIIIIIII.
We can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Use this kind of fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow.
Okay. Door. Creatures may pass through this structure. Pass through this implement. Given it's able to operate. Operate the door. Given the door is unlocked. Upon construction, you may choose a specific artifact that acts as a key to this implement. Only it, and exact replicas of it, may be used to unlock the door.
No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and
Structure mechanics are extremely limiting.
play it safe?
In what way?
Let's spend the weekend here in this bed. We can
Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you.
let the feelings overflow. Use this kind
Big doors.
of fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow.
Well, there's also more
Haha.
advanced doors, like
Reshape
drawbridges
object
and
on
things
your
like
house keys. Heck you.
that.
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Oh, let's spend the weekend here in this
We're gonna need to add a feature for artifacts that do that.
and let the feelings overflow. Use this kind of fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow.
Why are you beating Pips?
What? Huh? You can, they're just not a basic implement.
Let's spend the
What? Who is beating Pips?
we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Use this kind of fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings
Oh, the Pips system? Pips is unbeatable. Accurate.
this bed. We can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Use this kind of fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow.
Pips will solo your verse. When someone reshapes your key, you gotta break back into your own
At
home.
Emerald
Correct.
Jewels OMG Bloons TD in Utopia. ITLL take 3 hours to do wave 1.
Doors are just more expensive to produce.
XD.
Lamau. That means that a basic door, the crudest form of door, requires... What is that? Like, at least 100 damage to break. 200 damage. 200 damage to break a normal door.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play?
Or Shipwrecker Tremor Hammer. Oops. Oopsies.
I want it.
There we go.
Right now,
I want to do a
a
3
single
session.
cell can't do multiple things, which is sad.
No, but first of all, we haven't added any advancements. But you can smash a structure. So like you can make a structure that has 20 walls and 6 doors or whatever, or has 4 walls or 3 walls, a door, and a mounted in the center of it. You can do all of that. There might be advanced mechanics that allow the introduction of multiple things. First thing I do in the AG is Fast and Furious. We do this.
D.
There we go. No, not the complete all regimes. It's unfortunate. ASL feature lets you teleport to cells with the same feature. It's the same structure. I'm not sure if it's useful, but it could be fun. Honestly, I could see that type of implementation. I don't know. There's a really awkward thematic reasoning why teleportation does not exist. Motherfucker, I make a wall with a teleporter on each end. Hypertube done. Fuck.
Wait, I wanna know now why?
Because there needs to be a way that teleportation is actually achieved. Like, how do you teleport, right? There's 2 types of teleportation. There's called a scan and print teleportation, and then there's, I forget what the other one's called, but it's basically wormhole teleportation, right? And there needs to be an answer as to which one is which. And scan and print really doesn't work well. Scan and print is basically where you get atomized and then put back together. There's a lot of problems with scan and print as to how that would ever function. And because the dimensional structure of Utopia is very specific, how a wormhole style teleportation would work is super shoddy. Like, how that would happen is very difficult to explain. Shadow Step is technically a scan and print. Okay, realistically, Shadow Step is not teleportation. It's basically becoming incorporeal and moving somewhere in like
Naori,
a
it's
split
fine.
second.
Let us make wormholes with Myromancy. You won't.
Jesus Christ, Mirromancy is not required to make wormholes. Greater Alteration is, actually. The floor and the ceiling. Just infinite fast looping like in Portal. Jesus Christ. You guys scare me. So, if you wanted to modify and implement, then it would take maybe 20 times X.
If we're so scary, why did you let us in?
Because I love you guys. Does Shadow Step go through obstacles? Only if you have the specialist
At
talent where it does.
__ it think yes with a specialist talent.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it.
Implement tat.
Kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No.
Okay, hopefully all of that makes sense. I hope that the whole structure system makes sense. I don't know how many people have seen and been following along with how structures have been working. I know I go silent when I work on this stuff, and I really need to stop doing that. But hopefully the structure system makes sense. I think I might go through real quick. Not me for sure. What's up, Sage? So what's the difference from walking before having the spec talent? Teleporting vertical for pseudo climb / fly. Since lingering effects are the start of your turn, you don't have to worry about walking through a lingering wake. Kind of. I mean, the Shadow Step essentially functions as a different form of travel, right? Hi, Sage.
Ori, just let people into VC while you work. Nothing can go wrong with
Absolutely
that.
nothing could go wrong with that. It's
The
basically just a
structures
modified
look a
form of
little
travel.
overwhelming.
They are probably pretty overwhelming. This is like Hyper Orange Advance. So I'm gonna do my best to explain structures and see if it makes sense to people. I'm gonna see if this makes sense, chat. You're gonna have to let me know if this makes sense, okay? So structures are broken into cells, right? Yes, orange things are purposely complex. So, structures are broken into cells. A cell is a 1 meter cube, right? For every 1 meter cube, that is one cell of the structure. Its
At
features can be broken.
_a bit, but they are crafting 300 TBF.
I'm gonna change the term simple. Primitive. I'm gonna have to fix all these. Oh, I forgot about these abilities. Oh, I'm gonna regret that.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun.
Ori.
We'll get back into that a bit.
No more games.
Is it Control Shift H? What?
Say its name.
Control H?
Running away and jumped in the
Forger, I swear to God.
play it safe.
Oh. Oh. That's nice. I usually do Control F for find. I knew about the replace thing. I just didn't know if every single instance of simple worked, but I didn't know that Control H did that. Thank you. Okay, structures. Ads are up. So, okay. I apologize. I completely sidetracked myself. Okay. So they're broken into cells, which are 1 meter cubes. So basically you can measure a structure and its implements
Twitch
in
requires
cells.
ads to non-subscribers, I believe.
Yes, correct. Each structure has a number of implements. So for instance, a chest is an implement, a wall is an implement, a door is an implement. Implements are broken into primitive, basic, and advanced. Each implement requires a number of cells, and when you put all those together, it's how many cells the structure took up. So, the way that these use their currency is through component slots
Oh, and
and
Emmy too?
a certain number of
Ori
rarity
hates
points.
everyone by giving them ads.
So, you guys know what RP is more than likely. If you've played Utopia, you know what RP is, rarity points. However, structures use 3 different types of RP: material RP, refinement RP, and power RP. So, if you were to come up with an implement, it will give you a required amount of material RP, a required amount of refinement
What is
RP,
going
and a
on?
required amount of power RP. So, for instance, if I told you that you needed 20 material RP, I'm sorry, let me go back a second. Each cell can only have 20 components in it. So a cell has 20 component slots. The amount of RP you get per component is based on its rarity. So for instance, if you have a cell that requires 20 material RP, you can just slam 20 crude material components into it, and that's 20 material RP. Every time you go up a rarity, the value of each component doubles. So for instance, whoops, 20...
So the max RP you can fit in a cell is 640.
Correct. So if you put 20 mythical components into a cell, it would be worth 640 material RP. Or refinement RP, or whatever type of component it was. There are exceptions to that. There are talents that allow you to do more, but baseline, yes, that is the maximum. You also cannot use a component.
Today.
You cannot use a component that you could not craft with normally. So for instance, you need craftsmen in order to use extraordinary components. Okay.
Oh dang.
Hopefully all that made
648
sense.
2 RP for an artifact, using all mythical power components with mounted.
We've talked about pips. Every implement innately has 1 pip unless otherwise stated. The way that pips work is that in order to deal damage to a structure, you have to deal increments of 100 damage per turn. For every 100 damage you deal in a turn, you remove 1 pip from it, right? So if you deal 200 damage, you remove 2 pips from it. If you deal 80 damage in 1 turn, you do not deal any damage to the structure or the implement. Hopefully that makes sense.
That's per turn, not per action, right?
Correct, per turn. Which, if you're out of combat, then it's
Per
how much
turn,
damage
yes.
you deal in 6 seconds. Modifiers. So some implements don't take up a number of cells. Most implements will just say, hey, you're adding this many cells when you add this implement. Modifiers instead modify an existing implement. In doing so, you're just increasing the RP value of that implement. So for instance, if you have a 2-cell implement that requires 20 material RP, but then you get a 10 material RP modifier to that, it now instead requires 15 material RP per cell, because it's 2 cells, 30 material RP in total. Hopefully that made sense. Okay, now I'm going to dive into some of the features. So, in primitive structures, the first example is capacity. So you can choose this to take 1 cell or 2 cells. No matter what, this implement by itself has 1 pip. It takes 1 pip. Or it has 1 pip of health. You always decide what X is. X is whatever you want it to be. It requires
when the
X.
game system actually has a system for making a castle defense/siege.
That's the goal. So if you
The Utopia structure template sheet is gonna be rough.
Let's say that we make X 10. So it costs 10 material RP and half X, which is 5 refinement RP. It holds 3 times X slots. So in this case, we need to put 10 crude material and 5 crude refinement per cell in a 1-cell chest, and in doing so, it holds 30 slots. Ta-da. That's an implement. It has 100 health, essentially. It has a pip of health. However, if we go into the basic implements, then we can take the fortification modifier. So this will tack on 20 times X and give it X additional pips. So let's make that same thing, but with 1 stack of fortification. So instead, now it takes 20 additional material RP. So originally we said it took 10.
The box hates me. It doesn't want me to be here.
So instead of taking 10 material, it'll take 30 material and 5 refinement RP. So now we basically have to use common, if that makes sense. So let's say that we use... How would we do that? Let's use 10 common material. So we have 20 RP out of that. We need 30 material RP. That's not quite enough. Let's use 15 common material. So we have 30 material. That's all the material RP we need. Yep, and then we do 5 crude refinement. And that does it for us. That was all 20 component slots used. And that is a fortified chest. So a chest... Yeah. And now they can be locked. Beautiful. Thank you so much for the lurk, Forager. I appreciate you. No, don't be a bitch. Just slap a mythical comp in there. Just one singular mythical component should be good. Chat, you could use 1 mythical component to make a fortified chest. You would still need 5 refinement components, but still. Construction be lifted? Follow-up question. Can they be deconstructed? Deconstructed says item. If it says item, it does not work on structures. Can it be lifted? Ask your GM. Oh, whoops.
So, what defines a structure?
What defines a structure? Basically this. If it's
Nice.
an item, it uses the item crafting
apart
system.
the mythical loot chest.
If it uses a, what's it called? If it uses the structure crafting system, then it's a structure. For all intents and purposes, items can be held in your hands and used and mobilized. Structures cannot be. How much does a crafting station cost, actually? I'm actually so curious of this. What does it take to make
Doesn't
a one-cell
mean you can't
crafting
try
station?
to pick the lock.
Correct. You can make a crafting station now. Because of mounted, you can literally make a crafting station. So what does it take to make a tool station? Oh my god, I'm so curious. Hold on a second.
At @Zeal_works, because
In
structures are
instrumental,
objects.
which is 80 RP. So it's 80 RP. Chances are we're gonna make this at least 2 cells. So 80 plus 20 material RP. It would be 90 refinement RP and 40 power RP. Wow, that's gross. That's so much. 115 RP per cell. Ow.
At London Blue
That
IE,
hurts.
yes. We're now playing Make a House Simulator instead of Utopia/J.
What do you mean? That is Utopia. What do you mean by reshape object bricks a lot of it? What was the question? Or hear me out. What if capacity artifacts next to each other could share inventory? I would personally allow that. I would personally allow you to do that. I mean, hypothetically, you can. Because when you add multiple implements, you can smash them together. For instance, wall is an implement, right? If you put 2 walls together, it's just one wall. You know what I mean? Are we making a house? Making house? Because that's called a cell. God damn it. Crafting stations are innately rare. If they're 2 cell. If you make them 3 cells, however... $82 RP per cell. They're barely above extraordinary. So barely above extraordinary.
If you
so
make a
crafting
house like
stations are
this
kind
and
of
have lighting,
huge.
you need to worry about cell shading.
Mwah. I personally would probably make them 6 cells. This is like a big 3 meter by 2 meter crafting station. Let's do that for a second. This would be 40. This would be 110. And that will still be 40. Divided by 6. Oh, easy. That's almost common. That's almost common. Common with a little bit of extraordinary sprinkled in. Tool station, right there. Easy peasy. Cool. I like that. They'll let you invest it into Warden. Hold it yourself. Fuck. Homestuck will be playable in Utopia soon? You probably could, honestly. Akif. Mwah. Is each cell an object or an entire structure? No, a cell is just the way that you measure implements. You can measure structures that way as well, right? So an implement is just a set of features added to it, right? But the structure is a ton of implements smashed together. So for instance, you can add multiple capacity options to the same structure. Like I could just put 20 of these. In fact, actually, no, this is actually fine. Oh, this is really weird. You could add capacity. You could add 4 stacks of capacity to one structure, and it would just be one giant chest, right? The only thing about it is, you could do the same for doors. The only difference is that... Oh, I have to think about this. Oh, shit. Oh, I just
At Diamond
lost myself.
Cedino Plushie, I really like how you can throw in any type of component, it's just the number needed varies.
No, the problem is the health. The pips don't merge that way. They don't merge well that way, I should say. They kind of struggle when it comes to that. I have to think about that. Poopy. So the downside, for instance, of the upside and the downside of making this 2 cells versus 1. If it's 2 cells, it's larger and thus easier to construct. However, no matter how big it is, it still only has 1 pip of health. Implement is to a structure as a bowstring is to a crossbow. Yes, precisely. Structures are not an object. Structures do not count as an object.
At sky_heights, yeah. Like,
What
do
seems
you
silly?
pay for it with 6 commons or 12 crudes? Or an X and say heck the overpay?
Let people merge implements. What adds to the cell cap anyways? That's what I'm trying to think of. If they are able to merge implements, then what's the point? The difference is that you get more pips out of it. It's the number of pips that you get. So, okay. Let's look at this in both methods, where if we were to pretend this said between 1 to 4, right? Then if this said 4 up to 4, then that means that you could get, if we're staying completely crude, actually I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna use a different one. Let's take the wall, because this one is exceptionally simple, right? It costs 20 crude and it has 1 pip. If this said 1 to 2 cells, right? Then you could make it 2 cells wide and put 40 crude components into it, and it would have a total. This is the worst example because it just does that. I'm crying. Yo, Dossie Pat,
Oi,
what's
the
up?
wall is the
Gossip
worst
just
thing you
rated
could
with
do this
9
with.
Yeah,
viewers.
you were right, Prime. You are right. I need a different thing. Okay, I guess we'll just do it with the chest, I guess. Welcome in, Dossie Pet. Thank you so much
Ayo,
for the
welcome,
raid.
Raiders.
What's up? Welcome in, welcome in. We're working on the Adventurer's Guide right now, which is the most complex portion of the Adventurer's Guide, so I apologize. It's gonna get confusing and have a lot of math. But this is an update to Utopia TTRPG, which is a Kickstarter tabletop RPG that I just released. So, welcome in, Raiders. How are you doing? How is stream? If you need to
Hello.
go take care of yourself, absolutely please do so. I'm gonna add some time on that timer for the raid. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you a ton. Thank you guys. Dossie Pet, how's it going? How's it going? I'm gonna shout you out. I'm gonna shout you out and I'm gonna put you in the pin message until something else happens. How is Dead by Daylight? Ooh, that sounds like a lot of fun. Lurk for Power, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 100 daily raid biddies. Oh, Peak, I love this.
Ray Nice Falling just cheered 100 bits. Daily raid biddies.
Okay, one.
Dead by Daylight and a lot of fun should never be in the same sentence.
I did so much. That's so fair, dude. I'm so bad at DBD.
Dossip love, it was
I'm
good.
so bad at DBD.
I died so much, haha. I swear
Okay.
at this point every time I see Peak I am tempted to play Peak.
Then go play Peak, Sky. Go play Peak. That sounds so amazing, though. I absolutely love that for you, Dossie. I absolutely love that for you. Difference between 1 to 4 versus 2 merged containers is that 2 merged containers has 2
Go play
pips.
Peak.
It takes up 4 and it takes 2 pips. I think that's basically the difference there. That's essentially the difference. It's in your mind, you must play it, it will happen. Take it, I'll take my L's with my W's. Honestly, so real. Basically, the difference is the HP, yeah. Merch allowed, you always do merch with something like capacity, never do double. That is true, actually. So I guess allowing it to be merged is a bad idea. At that point, just allow it to be bigger. Yeah, I think that's the best thing you can do. Oh, thank you so much for the dihydrate. Squint. Oh, if you guys start caravanning, there's gonna be so many level ups. Yeah, no. I guess we can't allow merging.
You could just say no Mina.
Please,
Caravan
no,
at Oridont.
well, not that. Thank you so much for the posture check. I appreciate it. Well, not that
At
caravan.
Rixet 404. No.
With multiple pips should require the amount of times 100 instead. Since 2 pips at 100 is 100 similar to, but 1 pip of 200 is a much bigger hurdle.
Power.
That's interesting, but I think it's might be a level of complexity that's really difficult to keep track of. So you aren't capping something like mounted with scales really well with more cells. No merge is that you aren't capping something like mounted with scales really well. Which scales really well with more cells. Yeah, I mean, if you were able to merge it, it would be even stronger.
Fudge, I can't
right?
type.
I'm going to wind down. Have a lovely rest of the stream. Thank you so much, Dossie Pet. Thank you for the raid. You're so amazing. Everyone go follow Dossie Pet right now. That is a requirement. It was not a question. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much for being here. Lurk for power. Wait, Waitress wearing these still play with them? God damn it. Me when the wall, the level 50 black hat build has 16 pips and requires more damage in one turn than my entire party can deal combined. Yes. I have built this wall. Good, find a solution instead of punching. Shaking my head. Me, when I'm a black hat and everyone spends 8 hours resting, but I spend 8 hours constructing a 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter box that I will now sit in that no one can defeat. Including me. The box. It's the box.
Yes, the sleeping box.
Depends on if you're making
It depends on if you are making the implement then merging, upon which activated abilities would be based on separate RP totals. Doesn't fix passives though.
Yeah, I don't think merging is a possibility. Merging is not an option. I don't think
I
there's
have
any way to
proposals,
balance
Ori.
merging.
Bad proposals. But proposals nonetheless.
I love the way that you just elevator pitched that. Please give me your awful proposals, Rix. Rix is proposing to Ori, yep. A presentation? Oh no, not another one. Rix, I'm not ready, please.
I'm just antsy to start looking at vehicles. I need them.
We could probably get started on vehicles. I mean, vehicles are similar. I guess there's a question to the mechanics of vehicles, like how do vehicles work? Ah, yes, I really set myself up for success with this one. God damn it. Fuck. Oh, I'm not ready. I'm not fucking ready. So if you just put my structure thing in front of Ori, I'm gonna flip. Oh, that's the complete all redeems. Unfortunate. Chat, I think I'm running out of brain juice. I like where structures are, but I think I'm all out of brain. What do you want a structure to be able to do, chat? What kind of things would you want a structure to be capable of? I just want to play with those features already! You're like half hour overstreaming.
At Rain Ice Vowing, shut up, Rain.
I want to be able to mount the grape shot cannons on my walls. Ooh.
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Oh, let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to
One additional lane travel. The thing I want from structures is already something I can get from vehicles, to be honest. Walking cities, a la Mortal Engines. Jesus Christ.
let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. Weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless
Okay. I think I'm fine with that. I think what we need to do...
and let the feelings overflow.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Engine. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on.
So, for crude, for a purely crude engine... No, I think it should be this, actually. A purely crude engine would get you... What is that? Actually, a purely crude engine would get you, like, 1 land travel at this. 2 land travel? For a crude engine, I guess?
You shouldn't need to concentrate to drive. Some people can do it in their sleep.
This is for pedaling. This is assuming that you're using basically bike pedals. A crude engine would get you 2 land travel. A common would get you 4.
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line.
Let's make it up to 2. For a single... No, okay. So in this case, a crude would get you 4 if it's 2 cells.
No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Oh, let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight
At Sky_Heights, absolutely.
and let the feelings overflow.
Okay, I think what's gonna happen is that they have... Okay. Yeah, I have an idea for this. Okay. So, naturally, you can get up to... assuming that you use a 2-cell, engine, then crude would get you 4 travel, common would get you 8 travel, extraordinary 16, rare 32. This is like using like 20 components for 1 vehicle. There we go. Okay. Hopefully this makes sense. I think what's gonna happen is that travel is gonna be reduced by the number of cells that you have. So you need to, the smaller they are, naturally, the faster they travel.
Hoy.
Oh, what's up, Sherbs? How's progress? Wild.
Hey Sherbs. Working on vehicles and was working on structures earlier, so chaos. At Reichset 404 it's better that way tbh.
Okay. I feel like there should be 3 tiers of vehicles, like with weapons. There are. There are 3 tiers of vehicles. It's a little different, but a vehicle naturally.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this.
Yeah, you gotta get planes.
And let the feelings overflow.
I know land travel isn't. It's gonna do the same thing as artifacts, where you can just say its land travel is traded for air travel. So its land travel is treated as air travel and stuff like that.
Really tried to draw
Where I'll have a fix for that.
from you. I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more
Vehicles are actually gonna be substantially simpler, I think I'm realizing.
say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe. Oh, let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to
Ori, give us a ramming speed feature, I beg.
Okay.
Let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. Weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow.
What are the size categories?
That's what it's like to drive a Ford F-150.
Oh, I need to look up the size categories. It's just gonna double as it goes down, I think.
The fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say it's
Lightweight or something.
running away and jumping the gun?
I think it's only gonna rule for small, honestly. This is one of these things that I do when it comes to size capacity. It's just one of those things.
And let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in.
Do a modification that makes the cell not removed from the speed. Lightweight or something. I was thinking about that, but I think that kind of goes pretty...
Caravan
possible,
at
yeah.
Oridont.
Yeah. Remember my guide, the raid from the other
What
day?
about large?
Very vaguely. Very vaguely.
Really tried to draw
I'm gonna get to that.
one look from you. I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running?
I got it from the mystery box. Someone else had also gotten it first. Was
We'll just do
wondering
that
if
for
I
right
could
now.
claim it or not.
The mystery box. Unfortunately, those effects expire when the stream ends. Unless that was this stream. No. If it was the other day, unfortunately, those go away at the end of the stream. Recreates ludicrous speed scene from Spaceballs? Probably. Understandable. Understandable, Voltaic.
Let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
in and let the feelings overflow. Weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow.
I think that's another thing that probably needs to be written, because otherwise someone's going to try to abuse it.
I'm back. What I miss?
What's up, Smorticai? Working on vehicles right now. Okay. Now it requires to have a creature occupying it in order for it to, yeah.
I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come on.
Ooh, facts. Ori, You should make a feature where the vehicle can tow something else.
Nah. It kind of can. With capacity. Okay. There we go. Now vehicles can have cargo. This is the first time we're gonna have a flat one.
Any chance you add a soul core or something so you can bind to and operate a vehicle / mounted construct within 10 meters or so?
Huh? Soul core something so you can bind to an operating vehicle mounted construct with 10 meters. So, oh, probably, yeah. A remote ability is more than likely. By 2. 80. Okay, so purely extraordinary. There we go. Could we probe like the spell feature style effect to go with the remote control? I think that could make sense. Okay, so how thick can we make these things? This is the basics of a vehicle right here, I'm pretty sure.
What is X doing for engine and pedals?
Oh, whoops. My bad. Thank you.
At Diamond Thadino Plushi, wait, yes.
Wait, I just realized now a mage can cast Summon Ford F-150. Yes. Yes, they can. Yeah? This is the basics of a vehicle right here.
I feel like pedals should be tied to the speed / stamina of the operator in some way.
Yeah, that's fair.
At Sky_Heights again, I need IT.
How much would it cost to make a bike? So one thing to take note of is that you cannot make a vehicle that's smaller. You cannot make a 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter. You cannot make a vehicle that fits in a 1 meter cube. Honestly, I'm kind of fine with that. It's weird if you could, in my opinion. But you would need at least 1 chassis and 1 pedal. You could make 1 chassis and 1 engine as well. That's how you'd make a motorcycle. Ooh, actually, how good of a motorcycle could you make? No engine-powered shopping carts, goddammit. Hoverboard?
Wait, yes, honk honk.
Maybe pedals is a modifier. Okay, now you can have hoverboards.
Gimme seat for lil guy. This is all that matters. Little guy seat.
Now you can have a bike. Hold on. Is there a better way to do this? How would you do that? Wait, no, a hoverboard would be an artifact. Never mind. No. Hoverboard is an artifact. Give me a seat for a little guy. That's all that matters. Little guy seat. So, if you wanted to make a motorcycle, it would take 20 material RP and 5 refinement RP. So you'd basically need like 5 common material, 10 crude material, and 5 crude refinement to make the chassis. And then the engine is, the more rarity you pump into it, the faster it goes. How fast could we make this, actually? How fast could we make one singular, one-cell engine? We have 20 times 32, so 640. $64. You could get 64 land travel out of a motorcycle with a purely mythical engine.
Does Tori have a Speed Demon motorcycle with a super pumped engine?
I'd assume so. I don't see why she wouldn't, obviously.
$64 kinda dookie.
Kinda dookie! What if I told you it was 128 if the motorcycle was long?
At Diamond Thadino Plushie you can add more engines.
No, you can only have 1 engine currently. Because if you could add more than 1 engine, then it would allow you to just make infinite crude engines. Okay, so we have to make it faster is what I'm hearing. Gosh dang it.
Wait, Ori give USA turbo feature.
That's what I was thinking. I'm trying to figure out how to do that.
Nitro.
Okay. I need to add.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Oh, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come on. No more games,
How exactly do we do this?
Modifier on engine. When moving, you may choose to remove a pip up to X times to multiply your speed by the number of pips removed.
Christ. That'd be a lot. Yeah, I think that what we have is we have a speed boost of varying varieties. So we have whatever this is called. Maybe we actually only have the turbo. And then we have the overdrive. But I think what we do is have it consume power components. So to be able to describe a car in a TTRPG, a twin turbo, having that be accurate. Overdrive reference. How does this work? How does it consume and when does it consume? Simply use this with how modifiers work. It's basically an optional attachment to the engine feature. There are no vehicle-related talents other than constructing them. It
Ori,
does add the...
Where's that nice snack I redeemed?
Oh, did you redeem a nice snack? I'm so sorry.
At a worse rate than the engine.
No, it's at a better rate than the engine. Because this one costs 5x, 3x, 2x. This one costs 4x, 2x. So a total of 6 instead of a total of 10. Right? I'll go grab that nice snack.
Tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe?
Never mind. We can actually just... Honestly, I think this is just the easier. I have a better idea for this. I'll arrange this later. Oh. No, that's fine, actually.
At Diamond Thadino Plushie there's the speed you wanted.
There we go. That feels better. So, now we're in the realm of a little over 200.
Wait, that kinda cooks.
So basically, you can just feed power components into this thing. You know, actually, let's make this even better. There you go. Now it's a maximum addition of 320.
At Diamond Thadino Plushie Miles?
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line.
Can you create an engine elemental matter created by magic?
Call you mine.
Yes. Yes, you could.
Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just
At Smordicay meters per second, babe.
This is good for right now. Speed mage indeed.
At Diamond Thadino Plushie I'm a guy. So call me honey.
Speed motorcycle wizard.
At Smordicay sure thing hun.
Go. We're at what? 384? Maximum speed currently is 384. Ridiculous.
A wizard that both rides a motorcycle and conjures motorcycles at you.
How about we do that?
So
Allow
Ori, what does overdrive
big
do?
engines. I don't know if there's a need for overdrive. I'm gonna be honest. In fact, I think turbo is probably gonna be in the advanced implements. Realistically. So this can now go to 128. This can now go to 320 with turbo. So we can go about 450 meters per second as it is. With a super mythical, souped up, consumes power components
Advanced
like
nuts, Ori.
no one's goddamn business. We can break the sound barrier currently. We can more than break the sound barrier. We are above Mach 1.
So, since you use 6 seconds to gain a 1 minute speed boost, is it stackable?
No. You can only have one of this implement.
I think what they mean is activating it repeatedly.
Oh, I would allow that, yes. I think the mean is
Ads.
activated repeatedly. Yeah.
Satch.
Yes. You can just keep feeding it. If you mean like stockpiling it. Yes. Oh, sorry about the ads, chat. And the thing I was really scared to do. Womp. Womp. Why did I put an X for that?
The motorcycle can now have a gun attached. Good stuff.
Yep.
At Donut Hamster 1 wait, you get ads even as VIP?
That's right. That's why I was...
Better.
Okay. That drive-by looking better by the minute? God damn it. Wait a second. Can we do something funny with this?
At Smordicay cool batch. Spam privileges. Shiny badge. At Smordicay yet, VIP just offers immunity to slow mode and a couple other perks. I'm blind then I didn't notice.
How do we do this?
We can spam with no discretion. Laughing face.
I think that mounted might have to be an advanced. It's just so fucking powerful, dude.
Great when chat is controlling a game. One cell being 1 speed when 1 cell can also give 60 speed. I don't know about that.
1 cell being 1 speed? Yeah. I think that the amount of... I think that the downside to having more cells needs to be... I think maybe by cells squared might be a better idea. That way at least it has more impact.
Subbage. Subbage.
See, right now, you can actually get discounts on activations based on how many hands it requires to activate it, but I guess that's fine.
At Sky_Heights OFC. 2 of which are mandatory.
What are fortification laws? Basic. Yeah, that's about it. That's the only really way that you can...
Ori. If you make IT cells squared, you'll only be able to have like 15 cells, 2 of which are mandatory.
Yes. I think that makes sense, frankly. That is real world having engines offset but maximum speed. I don't know. It's gonna be that or just a flat large number. $4X?
Tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you.
With a flat multiplier.
The bigger problem is you won't be able to do small engines with any efficiency. Yes. Okay. Starting land travel of 8, though its final land travel is also reduced by 4 times the number of cells it occupies.
So no acceleration mechanic?
As of currently, if you put 2 cells on it, it has a land travel of 0.
At Donut Hamster 1 Honey you can conjure a whole castle if you want.
There you go. So it loses 4 land travel per cell. Epic. Fire cargo ship on top of somebody? Yeah. What do you mean by acceleration mechanic?
My mom bestowed upon me a bowl of chicken salad and a Dr. Pepper. Love my family. Wait, oh my god. Wizard summons a giant cargo ship to ram their enemies, jumps off and spellbends it into an explosion.
Oh goodness. Can it?
You could Trojan horse.
That's so powerful. Oh dear God. There we go. Jesus Christ. Okay, Canopy says if a creature occupying this vehicle would be targeted, the vehicle is targeted instead. This is so ridiculously strong. Yeah, Anything that would target a creature, it targets it instead. That makes more sense, actually. You're right. Cards Canopy should count as having cover without spending an interrupt action. I mean, I feel like it kind of already does, in a sense. I feel like if a creature occupied this vehicle would be targeted by a non-psyche damage effect, the vehicle is targeted instead. So any non-damage effects still target you as normal. However,
cover is just double block / dodge.
Yeah. Whereas damage would subvert to the vehicle.
I use my 3-cell speed bike that takes 99 or less damage from me for free.
I've thought about it. That's fair. That's actually really fair. Wait, but a 3-cell bike? A 3-cell bike, though. I mean, at that
go
point,
through windows, though, Diamond.
if you were to make a 3-cell bike with that, you're taking, let's see here. Canopy would be all at least extraordinary components. So that's 20 extraordinary components for Canopy. Probably about like 10 extraordinary, 10 common at least. Chassis would be at least 5 common, 15 crude. And then you need like at least pedal, which in that case, you would need to produce at least 5. And if you did 5, then it would be 30 total? Yeah, 30 total. In which case you need, again, at least 5 common and 15 crude components. And all of this is to state that you can't move while inside it unless you move the vehicle. The vehicle has a land travel of 1, and it takes 3 stamina per turn to move. It is wildly expensive, not to mention the talents you need to construct that thing. I think that's okay.
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of...
How about this? While being occupied, a vehicle that is not already in motion requires 3 turn actions to take the travel action. So, once you're in...
At Diamond Thadino Plushi Hum Fair.
I think this should just be a feature of the engine, realistically. It's not... The pedals... Creature must concentrate in order to pilot a vehicle. Let's say focus. Upon losing focus, it loses control of it. Gaining control of a vehicle requires 2 turn actions or 2 interrupt actions. No, because if it's concentration, then you need a second creature to pedal, which kind of sucks. That or this can be concentration. Yeah, actually, this can be concentration, and then pedaling can be focus. Otherwise, pedaling is borderline useless.
There are a lot of concentrates in AG.
Yes. Dodgeable attacks, I think maybe canopy attacks on outside this canopy deal half damage to the creature within before defenses. Makes sense? I think it makes sense. I feel like it doesn't hurt to say, like, if you're inside an enclosed vehicle, you have to hurt the vehicle or go through the vehicle. Okay, actually, I have a way to do it. Potentially. Okay, and I think that one thing about engine should state.
See now here the real trick. 500 stacks of telekinetic force pointed directly up. Let's see your canopy protect you from that.
Okay, so the engine allows for additional land travel. However, this vehicle has a set travel speed. When the pilot takes the travel action, it must utilize an exact amount of meters of travel equal to the set travel speed. The pilot may spend 3 turn actions to change the set travel speed. Yeah. The vehicles are not considered objects. At least I don't think. I mean, there could be a modification. No, they are. Okay, I lied. I don't know. I have to think this over. I could be wrong about this. But I think that vehicles are objects. They are not considered items. We'll see about that. Yeah, that reshape object is an example of why that's difficult. Yes, now there's gear shifting. Canopy.
Also telekinetic force / halt works on objects prime.
If the damage... Okay. When a creature occupying this vehicle would be subject to non-psyche damage, that damage is dealt to the vehicle instead. If the source would deal more than a pip of damage to the vehicle, that damage is also dealt to the target creature instead.
I want to stop someone's vehicle with 1 stack of telekinetic halt until they unstick it.
That way, there's a way to penetrate the vehicle, but you can't do it without at least dealing a pip of damage to the vehicle. We're gonna need to do some rule shifting with vehicles and structures, because them not being objects means mages can't damage them at all. No, you're right. No, they would have to be objects. They have to be considered object.
Maybe half damage also dealt to the target.
Half damage is fine. I'm fine with that. Yes. The vehicle and also the creature instead versus just the vehicle.
I love my canopy protecting from the creatures inside it.
You know what the downside of this is though, chat? If you have 10 creatures and a vehicle, right? It says that whenever when a creature occupying this vehicle will be subject to non-psyche damage, that damage dealt to the vehicle instead. There's 10 creatures in here, and you attack all of them, you just dealt 10x damage to the vehicle. AKA vehicles hate wake spells.
Booming.
And booming. Any type of AoE. Vehicles do not like it. Good way to absolutely annihilate a vehicle. Oh, that's what it was saying.
Well, only with canopy.
Yes, if it has canopy. Hold on, chat, I'll be right back. My mouse just died. I don't know if I have a new one. Or a new battery, I mean. Whoops.
And radiating consumables, my beloved. Anti-artillery grenades.
Well, let's see if I have another mouse. I understand understand what it was trying to tell me now. I didn't understand before what it was trying to tell me, but now I understand what it was trying to tell me. Lamau. Those my headphones. Oopsies.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on.
Got it. No canopies on war wagons. Is the music still playing? Okay, dope. Is there stuff to repair vehicles at all? Repair was going to be a question that I had. And I don't know the answer
Okay,
yet.
Ori, you'll want to change canopy to track damage on the cell, not the vehicle.
Why is that? But there's no mechanics for where in the cell you are, is one of the problems. Mechanically, yes, you're just essentially absorbed into the vehicle, I think.
At monkey underscore pasquire hi monkey a ini /.
This is, yes. I mean, mechanically, the game doesn't know where you are in a vehicle because this vehicle could be any shape. You know what I mean? Like, this could be literally anything.
At prime underscore is underscore I yes. At sky underscore heights high sky.
Okay, there we go. You now have a ram ability and an unbreakable hull ability that says,
At prime underscore is underscore I it has one pool, does it not?
So now we have the battering ram feature where it takes half damage from hitting things. And then we have the unbreakable hull, which states that it does not take kinetic force damage whatsoever. Whole mention, ATG reference. Each amendment has its own pool, I thought. Could I be wrong? For structures, it does. For vehicles, it does not. Vehicles specifically have just one health pool. One set of pips that it works with. For structures, each implement has its own health. There's something cool. This is remarkably close to the bullet train I designed, even if I never actually got it implemented. That's amazing. I love that. Alright, chat. We have a giant set of number soup. Stream has
Seems
been going
a bit
on.
more fitting.
Seems perhaps RAM could be this vehicle deals double kinetic force damage on collision. Oh, I understand. No, that actually makes it. That makes a lot of sense, actually. This is so messed up, dude. Because this is actually... that might have to be advanced. That's so powerful, dude. I mean, if you were to hit somebody with a car that does that mock Jeebus that Dino was talking about, you're talking about like 45 D10. An average of 250 kinetic force. For like 100 mythical components, that's fine. I mean, it's an average of 500 kinetic damage. You earned it. That's like hundreds of mythical components. To be fair, I think getting rammed by a jet IRL would hurt a bit. Yeah. No, you're fair. You're fair. Nice. All right. All right, chat. I think we have at least a basis for structures and vehicles. I think structures need a lot more love, but we have at least something. Oh my goodness, what a wild AG stream. It's been way too long. Perhaps you can have a battering ram feature specifically against structures. That's so funny. That's actually really funny. Wouldn't it be funny if your ship had Shipwrecker? Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate you. We're gonna find somebody to raid. Oh my goodness, this stream went way longer than expected.
We have a base for this too. Now we can cook properly.
You guys can make a hangar and a jet in
Love you,
Utopia
Ori.
now. I love you guys so much. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys so much for being here. I hope to see you guys soon. Tomorrow is Chat Decides. I'm never ready. I love you guys so much. You're amazing. Thank you so much for being here. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Thanks for stream.
Oh, whoops, I forgot. Here's the raid message. Yep, copy that raid message. Post it in Headless's stream. Let them know who sent you. There we go. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love you so much. And thank you. Wait, 10-second awkward silence. I forgot. Okay, love you guys. Bye.